And a decent comeback in the previous over, Abdul. That was a maiden over. So I think that is the kind of pressure that Canada should now look to employ on Nepal. I think the classic old tactic of stopping the runs to get more wickets has to be employed, because now I believe the ball probably may not be doing that much as it was doing, say, in the first 10 overs or so.
We did speak about ground drying up. This is a fast outfield, and especially the straight boundary is a bit shorter. And for the right-hander, if they're facing from the north end, it's more shorter on the leg side. It just gets away with the breeze flowing from east to west towards the roadside where the vehicles pass by. That's going to take the ball away. So we're seeing
tall, lanky left-arm spinner coming from the northern end. Would be interesting to see if he gets some purchase. Decent start.
They've got a slip for the left-hander. Against righty, if he's using his left, then that's a good matchup against the right and the left.
Oops. Bounce on offer and had lucky out here. The ball landing in no man's land. So I think the height here is the factor, Abdul. The height at which he is delivering the ball from, that kind of got him to bounce the ball really high.
That gives the bounce for from where he drops, especially if he's using that area of the wicket. Good running between the wickets.
Yeah, once again, very impressive running, Abdul.
Running hasn't been a question. It hasn't been a doubt of iota, even. They've been very good on their feet. And knowing how to contain the energy, just not going on a burst. Nicely brought forward. And will be interesting if Arjun will get any assistance of the surface, taking away from the right-hander.
Nicely played in the gap once again, looking for two. Decide against it. Oh, that's sloppy cricket out here from Canada.
Poor throw.
Poor throw, and I didn't see anybody backing up as well. Probably mid-wicket could have come in behind the wicket keeper to kind of take that throw.
Three-day high-performance game.
Nicely bowled.
A bit of luck favoring the batter. Anil Kumar batting on 28 and Arjun of 25.
Five runs off the over. 64 for no loss after 14. It is a great start here by Nepal.
He's got a blazer on his profile picture while it shows up on our screen. Similar to the Kingsmen who got the activity they run on. So might be the bowler they might be looking out for to get the wicket to get the job done.
That's a good spot. As we see Irfan coming back after a really good over. He bowled a maiden over previously.
Nicely crunched away. Has found gap, but there's a fielder there who'll protect the boundary. Good over for Maiden, but I'd still say might be a harsh critic for Irfan, knowing him, the way he bowls. He's been a little ordinary. And the early start of the game is much more capable, especially using the deck. Tries to hit the deck hard. Can be more threatening.
Nicely bowled. That was a good line as well as good length, drawing the batsman forward and not giving too much away as well. I think if Canada can stick to this line and length and kind of put some pressure on Nepal by not giving away easy runs, that could lead to a wicket. And that's pretty much how they would have to approach these middle overs now that the ball is not doing as much as it was doing in the first 10 overs or so.
That can only be done by two sides, not one side, not with one bowler. Especially knowing from one side you're taping the leak and from the other side it leaks out. That means that it's not working. From one side you're trying to boil them and the other way it vaporizes. That's no use.
I agree. Bowling also has to be done in partnerships, as we all know. And mostly when that happens, you would see that one person is tightening the noose and the other person gets wickets. And that's what Canada would have to hope for.
The change may help Irfan Sadat, bringing Sukhjinder Singh for a spin, holding both the notes from two sides, making sure that it remains intact.
Yes, that was a decent over as well from Sukhjinder, the first one. I think they would just have to find a way to, curtail the singles that they are getting to get off strike. You need the bowler to work on one particular batter for at least 4 to 5 balls and over. And that's what Canada would need to kind of look to do at this stage. Nice bowling once again.
Remember, Nepal is going to US for 6 ODIs against 3 against USA and 3 against Scotland. So a game where they can experiment more, and the results will be very empirical for them to go into those 6 ODIs, and they'll know what their strengths are, where they can improve. So this is the time where Nepal cricket will try to implement different things, and a perfect opportunity for Canada high performance side too to bring their best on. Going neck to neck when a team is trying, you'd especially want the opponent to be strong. What is the use? Would that make a statement to the selectors if you're facing against a team who's not known, who's not familiar, who hasn't got any name for them? End of the over, we'll keep the discussion on after this over. 65 for no loss of wicket.
As we see Sukhjinder, he bowled a beautiful delivery, getting that extra bounce as well. Outside edge. It'll be too much of an ask to get another spin given the conditions right now and the situation in the game. But yeah, that was lovely bowling.
You're more of a bowler, Venu, aren't you? You're more of a bowler. Trust me. Just because the ball goes by the slip, you need another one.
Well, that's the classical mistake that all captains do, right? Follow the ball. But yeah, on a serious note, I think Sukhjinder is kind of settling into a good line here. As we see a replay once again. Yeah, I think it's that in-between length which he bowled in that first delivery. That's the problem. With that height that he has, he can get some good bounce.
A positive note to take from the spinners over for Nepal fans who are supporting is that the batters are using their feet to reach the ball, making sure they're playing, they're not cemented in the crease. That's good, and a good sign for the bowler as well. I won't keep the Canadian fans disappointed, is that he is making sure the batter comes down. There's a game, there's a chafing going on between the bowler and the batter here right now. They're making sure they play the mind games that he's bringing on, is coming down, is making sure that he's not overhitting the ball. So there's a little. We'll have to sit tight and see. But still, the wicket hasn't gone for Nepal. You have to let Nepal go away with that. That first half has been a little towards Nepal's side.
Absolutely. I think, yes, you're right. Given the conditions that we have, Abdul, I think this has been a terrific start for Nepal, making sure that there's no casualties on the top of the order. Oh, that's beautifully bowled as we speak. I think that's the perfect left arm spinner's line and length, drawing the batsman forward, the ball kind of dipping in the air, getting that extra bounce and missing the outside edge. And that's exactly where you would want to be as a spinner.
16 overs done, 69 with 0 wickets. Anil Kumar Saha batting on 33 of 45 and Arjun Saud 25 of 51.
Irfan Sadat to continue from the pavilion end. And we have Arjun taking strike. Nicely bowled and nicely played once again.
Good batting for Nepal and Irfan Sadat in his 4th over. Nicely left with one slip. I like it having one slip still in position, knowing that they are getting some help of the air. That's good for Irfan Sadat to have one slip. At times he goes rogue when he's not finding wickets.
I think one good thing, Abdul, which you have pointed out, is that Canada is still trying to attack. They haven't spread out the field too much. You still see a lot of players in the infield, which is precisely there to prevent singles like this. And I think that's the strategy that they need to employ to kind of keep one batter on strike and figure out how to get the batter out.
There's a little word exchange between the batter and the fielder passing by. I think it's a blessing as well for the fast bowlers having Khurram Chauhan, the head coach, who's been an exceptional fast bowler in his times. So that helps, especially knowing what your coach is, what you're capable of, the skill set. That's on the pads. Identifies your niche, especially as a fast bowler who knows how difficult it gets. So as a head coach having a fast bowler, that's a blessing for Canadian cricket.
Couldn't agree more. I think, that's the best part about coaching. Using all your skills and experience and passing it on to the next generation. Nothing can beat experience, Abdul. No matter how much talented you are, how much skills you have, it's always good to have. As we see another full toss being played down the ground this time, and he did not miss out. Again, we see that tendency out here by Irfan to bowl that one loose delivery every over, and this time he could not get away.
That's where he goes wild with that extra effort. Look at that penetrative shot from Arjun Saud, who's got full toss, who hasn't tried overhead. This might be redundant, but has been a key. He's been pivotal with his timing. Playing according to your strengths, that's a whole different game. Trying nothing extraordinary. When you're getting results, stick on to the basics.
Yes, you're absolutely right. I think the keyword out here was not to overhit. Just look for the gap and look for timing. And probably that's a mistake which a lot of batters make in today's slam bang T20. Straight drive played with, the right timing and the right amount of effort to get it past mid-on.
We'll have a drinks break. 17 done, 73 for no loss of wicket. Nepal going very strong at the moment without losing any wicket. And Kudos to Anil Kumar Sa and Arjun Saud. Arjun batting on 29 of 57 and Anil Kumar 33 of 45.
We'll catch you in about a couple of minutes as we all take a short water break.
We are back after drinks break. Nepal 73 for no loss of wickets. It'll be Sukhjinder Singh, the left arm spinner. That's a beautiful ball. Goes to the keeper's pouch. As areas have been interesting. The areas of operation for the left arm spinner. Calls on forward. Interesting areas of operation for Sukhjinder Singh. We see a little earthquake. Do not panic, viewers. It's not earthquake. It's just the camera being moved.
Nicely played.
Welcome back, Venu, after rings break. Let's pull in our predictions. Current partnership going on for 74. But what are your predictions? Are we expected to see any casualty?
Well, it's always, the moment after the drinks break that we see a wicket fall. That's the unwritten rule in cricketing terms, wherein, after a break, there's always a lapse in concentration. But yeah, I think Nepal did well to play out that over. Would be interesting to see what changes Canada make to their tactics post, as we see some of the equipment being moved around a bit. It's also getting a little windy out here, so you might see a slight breeze blowing across the ground.
I've come prepared this time. I've always been in a bit of a quiff with the production team. I don't get my right clothing, but this time I've come all prepared.
Absolutely. The weather is the most talked about subject here in Canada. As we see Irfan Sadat continuing from the pavilion end, bowling to Anil Kumar Shah. And that's the first wicket. We spoke about this, Abdul. We just spoke about this happening after the drinks break. And we see a slightly loose shot here from Anil. It wasn't there for the pull, I would say. He kind of played across the line.
There's inside edge on that one, and the rest is done by Irfan Sadat. Just rightly bowled. He's been using that time on time. He's been persistent, and it's been paid off to what Canada was looking for. High performance side Canada. They get in, and who is it? That's Anil Kumar Shah. And with that, we'll continue the discussion about what has really happened apart from the drinks break. We'll give you a recap as well. So, drinks break isn't your real villain. It's something else. Stay tight. With one wicket on Irfan Sadat's name, he's started the procession. Let's see if it's continued by the fellow bowlers and it'll be carried on. First wicket for Canada high performance side. Dave Cannell, the new man. Right-hander again.
And a tall batter too.
Lapse of side, like Venu was telling. Indeed, on point, Venu. But do you think that most of the striking was taken by Arjun Saud than the other batter?
That's a good point, actually, Abdul. I think we have seen in the last few overs that Arjun Saud has been farming most of the strike, and probably that also plays on a batter's mind when you kind of lose rhythm in batting. As we see an attempted Yorker. First ball itself, and that was nicely kept out by Dev. Yeah, I think coming back to your point, Abdul, I think we saw that most of the strike was farmed by Arjun Saud, and we saw a bit of lapse of rhythm from Anil's point of view, and I think that can kind of play on your mind as a batter when you don't get too much of strike, and then you suddenly come on to face a bowler whom you haven't faced much. You could probably end up, oops, and as we see, another brilliant Yorker attempted. Unless he got some bat on it, this was really close.
It should have been a plum if he hadn't got his bat on. I don't see a reason why the finger wasn't raised, and he was accused well of being before the wicket. Look at that, very close, very close. Might be bat sound, might be the ball hitting the ground. Various factors that constitute for this, but a very close. Would it prove costly, the decision?
Right call. Those are the ones as an umpire, that you'll always be tested on. And I think the benefit of doubt probably went to the batter out there, where the umpire assumed that he got an inside edge. As we saw another wide being bowled by Irfan, I think Irfan needs to kind of tighten up on these aspects, wherein he has to be on target most of the time and not give away deliveries like these which release pressure. Nicely bowled once again. Irfan settling into a good rhythm this over. We have seen that he's trying to bowl fuller and he's trying to use that breeze to his advantage. And the ball is kind of, doing a bit in this over compared to the previous ones that we have seen. He's getting some in swing and, ball is tailing into the batter.
This is bowling his fifth over. You'll be amazed to know that that one odd ball has bowling full that has only given runs, but with the bowler, the only bowler bowling maiden. He's economical more than Zahid Shirzad. His economy right now is 1.89. It's just the wide ball or the full toss is gifting the batter to score off him, but the batters have found a real trouble scoring off him, especially with that sling arm action coming from wide across of the release.
Nicely played.
And he's given Dev Khanal a real trouble.
That's correct. This over, he has been on target most of the time, except for that one wide delivery. Point, Abdul, I would probably want to see a straightish short mid-wicket come in if he's trying to bowl full and straight. And if he's attacking the stumps, try to get the batsman to play more across the line and try to play it squarer. And that could get the LBW into play as well.
100%. Cannot agree more, Venu. Especially that's how if Irfan got his first wicket with his menacing pace, putting the batter on the back foot, why shouldn't he try attacking the stumps more? Keeping it back of the length, try more, exploit the batter's weakness, making sure his pace has been to his own benefit. He can make sure that the batter is trying to hit him across and then maybe try to sneak in. And the love affair of the ball and the stump continues.
Absolutely. And as we see Sukhjinder Singh coming on from the northern end, there's been 2 overs bowled after the drinks break. We have not seen too many runs scored, just 6 of them, and they have lost their first wicket as well. So this is a good comeback here from Canada. I'm sure the drinks break would have helped them kind of rejuvenate as well as talk amongst each other and come up with a plan. As we see a slight delay here from Nepal's side, the batter getting some replacements and also getting his laces tied.
This has always come with a move. The coaches send in with the message, with the glove chains, the drinks coming in at an unnecessary time, especially if it is not drinks break. You know that it is a message with coaches lurking around the boundary ropes. So you know that there's something that has come from the coach knowing to play, how you get in the notion, get it moving. And that's how it comes.
Yes, I think it's all a part of a bit of gamesmanship. Try to slow the pace of the game down, try to break the rhythm of the team which is on top. And as of now, I think it's probably Canada which is on top after the drinks break, getting that wicket and also bowling a few really good balls to the batters in the last 2 overs. And I think that's what they're trying to break down as a rhythm for the bowling team. As we see Arjun Saud taking strike, he's on 29 of 60. And I think probably, Abdul, this might be the time when obviously he's trying to play anchor, but I think he also needs to take charge and take most of the scoring on himself, given that he spent a lot of time at the crease.
Absolutely, because his face 61 balls now, and there has to be a change, and change is inevitable. Sukhjinder bowling 13 dot balls with an economy of 3.16. The change here can be of changing gears. If he does not give right torque at the right moment, then the Nepal vehicle will not do the climbing because they'll have to go a long way. And it'll just merely be a talk for Nepal to win the game. They've seen that. They came very, very close in that tri-series of T20 against Nepal and Canada. And they were on the mercy of run rate, especially if Canada did not win the last game against Nepal. They were in high contention. The team you're a formidable unit.
Jinder settling into a nice rhythm out here. As we see an attempted shot over mid-on, and Sukhjinder, right as we were speaking, settling into a nice rhythm, has bowled a lovely loopy flighted delivery. The batsman tried to get under it, but could not get enough of it, and a good catch in the end as well. So Canada doing really well after the drinks break, Abdul.
Wasn't necessary, especially from Dave Cannell being the new man, having the fielder inside, playing with the mind, playing with the ego of the batter, taking the long on inside to a mid on, asking the batter, if you've got guts, hit over me, and his fall to that bait.
Absolutely.
He's clicked on the bait.
That's probably good tactics out here by Canada. He's kind of inviting the batter to take charge and trying to take some risk. And that's probably what has paid off. And given that he's a left-arm spinner, the ball will be spinning away from the batter. That was a huge risk that the batter was taking. And I think the only way he could have got it over mid-on was maybe while using his feet, which he did not. And that's where he got trapped with the ball dipping and then spinning away from the bat.
2 wickets down for Nepal. At once, wickets were looking difficult to get hold of from Nepal. Now, 2 in quick succession. In 2 overs, 2 wickets. Thanks to Irfan, who started the wickets procession. Comes a new man to replace Dave Cannell.
Well, that's lovely bowling out here by Sukhjinder, right on the money, targeting the stumps as well as pushing the batter back. We might see another loopy, flighted delivery enticing the batter.
Bhim Sharkey.
Nicely bowled once again. This is great bowling out here by Canada.
That's the summary after 20 overs. Anil Kumar Saha being the highest run scorer of 34 runs in 49 balls. Alongside Irfan Sadat being super excellent with his bowling. 7 runs. He's given only 1 extra. And this might be a big boost to his economy, but shows 7.67. Has played mostly T20 games, a 50 over different game. So he's only given 7 runs, the 1 extra considering. That means 6 if you take off that 1 extra in 30 balls. That means 6 runs only.
Absolutely. I think this is exactly what we were talking about some time back about partnership bowling. How do they build pressure? How do they kind of curtail the scoring? And then, the wickets would follow. And this is exactly what has happened in the last few overs. What we have seen is an outcome of consistent pressure being built from both ends and no loose stuff. As we see Irfan charging in. Nice bowling and nicely played out here by Arjun as well. And I think now Nepal's, innings kind of solely rests on Arjun's shoulders at the moment to kind of take it deep and build another partnership out here with Bhim. It's not easy when you lose wickets around you. You have to kind of refocus, rebuild your innings with a new partner all the time. And nicely played out here. Could not find the gap though.
Beauty of the game is that every game it is different, refocusing, but this is where team bonding comes into play. This is why the coaches tell you to take a jog along together, having those feeling sessions, having those get-togethers in the team, because you don't get much time going to your social life. The time you have is on the practice sessions, and this will give a statement and testify what Nepal team is. Excellent Yorker has bowled into the block hole.
We have a slight field change this over, Abdul. As we speak, we have a deep square leg in place, which wasn't there in the previous overs. And I think that could be potentially for the short delivery coming in at some stage in this over. That's the only reason why I can probably feel that there is a protection there, or it could be an attacking position as well. To see if they want to kind of play the pull shot as we see another full delivery. And this could be a setup wherein he's trying to bowl full, and then maybe put in one shot.
They've got a third man if the batter tries to oversmart the bowler, trying to steer it towards, just guiding it towards third man. So good bowling, sticking onto the stumps with a
And
gully.
We also have a wideish fourth or fifth slip.
A flying slip, you can take that.
Slip, yep.
Inside edge.
Inside edge, beautifully bowled once again. This is a great over once again out here by Irfan. It's not giving too much away. He's attacking the stumps as we have seen. He likes bowling full. He likes attacking the stumps, and he's kind of using the wicket to his advantage, wherein some balls are kind of rushing through or keeping low potentially. And I think Anil Kumar was suggestive when he got out bowled that the ball probably did not bounce as high as he expected it to. Although he wasn't in a good position, to be honest, to play that pull shot.
The wickets have been slow. That's how the reputation is. We'll continue the discussion as 21 overs wrap up with 77 runs. And that's the whole squad of Nepal on your screen with 34. Anil Kumars are departed. Still the highest scorer with the first duck of Dev Khanel.
Different ask. Sukhjinder once again trying to keep it tight. There's a single, looking for the second, and the side against it. An interesting field out here for Sukhjinder. He has a deep square leg in place on the onside, which is interesting. And that's exactly where the ball has gone, towards deepish square leg. Who had to move towards his right.
Good fielding has saved 2 runs in the deep from long leg. Had to cover a lot of distance.
Yeah, and I think probably a decent shot as well, given that he knows where the field is. He saw an opportunity to kind of put it in the gap. So it has to have a tightish outside off stump line with this field. And once again, we see another sweep shot being employed, and this time the ball could probably trickle down to the boundary line. No, he just makes it in time. Right in front of us in the commentary box. We are getting a great view of the field as well as the angles that the batter is trying to make use
the
of.
Camera work from the production department, always making sure to keep us handsome and taking away the starlight. But the stars are playing on the ground. Where are we heading? Is where Nepal is against the high performance squad of Canada.
It's a beautiful line once again by Sukhjinder.
Great initiative from Cricket Canada for making sure that they have the pathways and transforming the coming talent where the veterans go away.
Good fielding once again. Could not prevent the single, but put some doubt in the batter's mind.
What do you think, especially cricket being talk of the town, a hot topic in the sports network in Canada, especially in North America? How is this program going to help Canada and Canadian cricket?
I think you're bang on there, Abdul. Off late, in the last few years, we have seen cricket take off as a sport here in North America, and this year's T20 World Cup as well in the US and the West Indies was, as we see the end of the over, Nepal 84 for 2. Continuing our channel. Following that the sport has, and Canada being an immigrant friendly nation has seen a lot of people coming in from other parts of the world who already know the sport or who have followed the sport elsewhere too, and they are bringing in a lot of talent and a lot of potential to grow the sport as well.
Similar to baseball, where most of them try to learn, especially with GT20 having been played, players coming from the globe, participating in the league. This is a good boost to cricket, especially where cricket at times, Test cricket and ODI might be a little longer format of the game, and you say that cricket might be fading out, but especially in North America, there's a lot of cricket played, and cricket is not a new sport that's introduced to Canada. It is played and well versed in cricket, especially Canada having that identity back for ODI status. Nicely bowled by Rana Salman Ghani. A change again, who's taken off Irfan Sadat off his lengthy spell with an economy of 6.63.
So, interesting change out here by Canada, Abdul. I thought that Irfan was bowling pretty well. Would you want to change him at that stage, wherein he got a wicket as well as kept the runs in check?
Will be
and as we spoke, well, should I say commentators curse once again, or should I say that's
Rana Salman responding to us saying that rightly made change. That would be the right statement. In fact, I think the bang on point from Rana Salman there, foolish, not much of movement. There you go. Bat and pad gap. He's come forward and the head, it fell down. You see, most of the majority of the weight of the body is carried by head, and look at the head tripping down. That's where he penetrates through.
Yes, that was beautifully bowled, and I think the batter tried to kind of length was the key out here. He drew him forward, and yeah, I think that was a good innings there by Arjun. I believe he was the key for Nepal out there because he was playing the anchor's role, and that was a huge wicket given the situation.
And the pressure was piling up on Arjun Saud as well. Has faced maximum number of deliveries. At once we were seeing the score being at 240, 250. That was okay. Right now the score is downslided. From here, if things go down south, who's going to take on the charge for Nepal here? Because you haven't got balls, you haven't got wickets, and now Nepal is in turbulent times.
Agreed. I think this is a great comeback here by the Canadian team in the last 5 to 6 overs. They've maintained that pressure, and they've also ensured that they keep taking on with the wickets. As we see Mohammad Arif Sheikh taking strike, tuck down the leg side towards deep square leg.
Brilliant striker of the ball. Very formalized playing T20. A different assignment for Arif Sheikh. Will play against Canada high performance squad. Definitely the credit has to be going to the Board of Canada for organizing such tournaments and the pathways where you can build a team taking into consideration the focus of the cricket and the future of cricket, having such talent on your bench. And if it goes in an unresourceful way, if it's not utilized, the resources, then it's all futile.
I agree. As we see Rana coming in once again to Beam Sharkey. Nicely played. I think this is a great line out here by Rana. Good testing times for the batters. Both batters relatively new at the crease. And this would be a period of consolidation for Nepal, given that they've lost 3 quick wickets after the start they got. And I think that is the key out here. 70 odd runs, the opening partnership, and now they're lurking at 85 for 3 as we see an expansive drive played to mid off.
It's just not boundaries. We'll take on, we'll argue. 5 on board. Beam Sharik and Muhammad Arif Sheikh.
Sukhjinder, once again from the northern end.
I'm surprised to see that it's just not boundaries which have dried up. It is also the singles haven't been coming in full flow. The batters have struggled, especially having areas open. They'll have to be inventive. They'll have to contrive the ball. It's not going to be a bat and ball play now, especially losing 3 wickets, 2 new batters. They cannot just get reluctant and comfortable at the back on the back foot.
Absolutely, and I think right now the situation of the game demands the batters to grind it out as well as look for those singles and rotate strike. It's good cricket all around here by Canada. They're trying to build that pressure. There's a noticeable change this over as well, where we see a short fine leg in place for the sweep. Oh, that's beautifully bowled by Sukhjinder Singh.
If he's bowling to bowl like that, I don't think so. They require a fine leg too. Just bring on, attack the batter, give him one more slip, give him some more cushion so that Sukhjinder attacks. Look at the area, look at the drift and the sharp turn. He's spitting the venom.
I think probably to answer your question, Abdul, I think the sweep. Called, having protection as well as having attacking fielders in the slip is what he's looking at. But I agree. I think if he's going to bowl that line and he's going to bowl that length, probably, it might be suited to have one more man on the offside. If not a second slip, maybe someone closer to the bat to just put the doubt in the batter's mind. As we see Rana coming in from the pavilion end once again after a successful last over.
Clips off.
Played.
We'll continue that discussion about the fielder taken off. That would be something to scratch our head and think about the strategy from Canada high performance side. But Rana Salman has been impressive of his last over, getting Arjun Saud forward, penetrating through his bat and pad gap. Good one. Good carry and bounce to the wicket keeper. Back of the length from him.
Yeah, it's all about cat and mouse games, isn't it? With field placements. Sometimes you just put the fielder there, not to necessarily get a wicket from that fielder, but just to put that doubt in the batter's mind, to make the batter do something different and attempt a shot which, in all probability, he may not have played if the fielder wasn't there.
At times it plays as double bluff.
Absolutely.
The batter thinks that you're just setting him up, but at times that's what you're trying, and you've played your own self. There's no one to blame. So that clearly defines that. The viewers might think that Venu's telling this, Abdul's telling that, then how's the batter supposed to bat? The ideal batting style would be do not premeditate. If
Absolutely.
the bowler's still consistently bowling, is not taking the lesson, that's a good sign to premeditate. But premeditating and having a shot, especially if Rana Salman's bowling on the offside and you're already premeditated to take him on the leg side, which is not suiting, just like that.
And we see another wicket out here. Abdul, you were bang on target. You saw the batter trying to create a shot out of nowhere. It wasn't there for the pull, as we see the replay on screen.
Back of the length was nowhere he can try, especially hanging in tight with Rana Salman. Look at that bounce. Even the batter surprised with it and gets on the splice. Rana Salman quick on his feet to grab one. Nothing better. You catch, you bowl. You're the master of your own art. Rana Salman gets 2 wickets.
This is great bowling out here by Canada. I think what we were seeing in the first 15 overs looks like a completely different game altogether now. Good comeback out here by Canada, and I think this is an outcome of consistently good bowling in the right areas as well as building pressure by not giving away easy runs. And that's what we have seen after the break. So whoever told them to do this, kudos to the coaching staff and kudos to the players in the middle to kind of comply with what they planned. This is great cricket to watch. We've already seen some exceptional cricket out here. First by Nepal in the first 15 overs where they played out some difficult overs and also played some attractive shots. And now by Canada, we're utilizing the conditions and the situation in the game to create pressure and get back into the game. Nepal reeling at 87 for 4 after being 70 odd for no loss.
Nepal will have to revert back to their original game plan. They cannot sustain in a way their innings is treading right now. With 4 wickets in the early successions, you've seen 1 wicket leads to another one. It was Irfan Sadat who held the flag of high performance side. And then it was the Rana Salman over. With 2 wickets, has picked the gap, nicely timed. It should be a sigh of relief for Nepal and the coach, thanks to Kushal Burtel.
Yeah, loose stuff out here. First delivery, a juicy half volley on leg stump. Any batsman or a batter would want that to kind of get off the mark.
Always a beautiful scene to watch, a batter clipping off his pads.
Once again. And this is where we were talking, Abdul, about a couple of overs ago, that if they're looking to attack the stumps, they need to have a shortish or a straightish mid-wicket in place, because that's where the ball has traveled both times. And if they have that fielder out here, I'm sure the batter would think twice before clipping through the onside.
End of 25 overs. We are halfway through the first innings. 25 overs more.
Good cricket all around out here. We saw a wicket in the previous over and we saw a couple of interesting shots as well.
Getting
and as
back.
we see another change in bowling from the northern end, another left arm spinner.
Getting back to the discussion we having about Irfan Sadat that was never completed, but seeing this change has reminded me and has taken me back to the same discussion about using Irfan Sadat. I think the captaincy here has been good, especially not overusing Irfan Sadat nor Shirzad Zahid, especially because they've been attacking the stumps well. So you do not want them to be tedious of bowling and bowling for nothing.
Oh, what a delivery by Shahid Ahmad Zai. First up, continuing from where Sukhjinder left off.
The tempo's changed in the outfield. You see a little chirps from the fielders as well. It was drying in the initial phase, and as soon as they got wickets.
Oh, that's a beautiful delivery once again. You can see the ball gripping, turning, bouncing, lots of stuff happening out here.
A little wider for the slip, especially if he's coming forward, and look at the turn he's getting to. In what magnitude are you getting the turn? Might help the fielder to stand a little wider. If it goes with the angle, especially with the turn, it takes away and he'll not have to dive towards his left side.
As we see another field change out here, we have a man coming in from the onside. And as we speak, Abdul, we see another slip coming in. So that's a good change. We spoke about this the last over, and we see another slip being employed. Good captaincy out here and good change by Canada.
2 slips, even better, because there's nothing more you can ask for, especially one man taking the whole load. It's much better to be shared with. So they've got a second slip in position. And I'm impressed seeing Shahid Ahmedzai use the area full. He's looping the ball, giving nice revs. And that's the strength as a spinner. But if you're not getting spin, if you're not lighting up, are you even a spinner?
As we see a sweep being employed to deep square leg. The batter is trying to utilize the gaps on the onside. We only have 2 men on the onside at the moment, which is a pretty rare thing to see in an ODI game in the middle overs, just having 2 men on the onside, which tells you a story or two about the pitch and the bowler.
It's nicely played, that paddle. And will be a chase, sprinting battle between the two fielders who will cut the ball in time. There's a good chase given. It's Ali Nadeem.
Smart batting, I must say, out here. He recognized that there is no man out here on the onside for the sweep, and a nice little paddle can give you 3 runs. It's not always about hitting the boundaries. It's also about finding the gaps, rotating the strike.
And our viewers will more agree. It'll get your statement stronger if you see Kane Williamson, especially batting in T20, because everyone goes on for power. But I've seen that smile on his face, that scintillating shots coming out of his bat. I've never really seen, especially apart from Virat Kohli. That's over. 98 for 4.
As they say, there's more than one way to skin the cat. So you see all kinds playing in the middle, and whatever suits you, whatever works for you, play the best of your ability to your strengths. And I think that's what Kane Williamson does. That's what Virat Kohli as well does. We saw the innings in the World Cup finals this year where India were reeling at 27 for 3. And that's where the game was about to turn. And Kohli ensured that, he bats through and also bats sensibly. It's not always about slam bang hitting in T20 cricket. It's also about using your mind and also using your ability to score runs all around the wicket and also have those singles and twos in place.
How many times you've seen that from Kohli? 2022 MCG against Pakistan, 28 required. 2016 against Australia, he single-handedly 68 runs. Mohali. And then it was Tri-Series Commonwealth Bank against Sri Lanka again. Peak Malinga. Nicely deflected. There's a third man there. It goes on, the list goes on, but he's at a different level. The game for Nepal and Canada right now.
Isn't it? That we can always learn from each other, right? These associate nations, and that was the best part about this year's T20 World Cup as well. The amount of associate nations that played this sport had the chance to rub shoulders with the best in the business, with all the regular test playing sides. And we saw the competition being put up by, say, USA against Pakistan, by Nepal against South Africa, by Ireland, and all those other nations.
Canada against Ireland. Nobody thought that, especially that one game, Canada being the dark horses taking on Ireland. I was watching the game especially, and there was immense happiness. And if that would have gone in Canada's favor, game against USA, might be a different story. Canada would be the Super 8 team that might have walked into Super 8s very happily, and that game against USA was changed by Aaron Jones, who not to see the umpire wave his arm. I think, was it evident, or the umpire thought there's something coming off his pad?
I think the appeal kind of put him off, is what I could say. He might have thought it clipped his leg on the way.
Off the back foot, has found the gap and has found it well to at least come back for 2 runs.
Yes, this is good batting out here by Nepal. I'm impressed by these two players trying to find the gaps and looking for those singles and doubles. Like we discussed a little earlier, it's not always about the boundaries. It's also about rotating strike. It's also about getting the game moving and frustrating the opposition.
It tells you a story about Canada's 2024 game against USA. They were in the game, they got a little comfortable, and that's when Aaron Jones stole the show right under their nose. So the game tells you that the supremacy belongs to the team who does not get comfortable and who's forever striving. And that's what I see with the board of cricket in Canada. They're striving and thriving, making sure that the players are excelling with the bridgeways, pathways created for players such as this in a high performance squad, GT20 tournament, especially with the college and cricket as well. Cricket being more adopted and taken into consideration, especially a lot of cricket was played this year with national contract, national game that has come in, especially for women as well. That's top edge over the head of the keeper.
Lucky. Looking for the second. And just makes from India. As we see the replay on screen, it's been a BCCI level 1 umpire and has recently going above the keeper. And I think from the evidence that we have seen so far out here, Abdul, I feel that the pull shot is the other umpire shot, which is kind of a high risk shot, given the bounce that the bowlers are generating, as well as that's beautifully bowled, getting off the wicket. Excellent length, beautiful line. End of the second over.
Because the batters haven't been able to time it well. That's why it's been risky to them. But if the batters might have seen, when you take the opener batter, Anil Kumar Shah, into consideration, if you take his batting, if we borrow it for a little time, you can say him that he was timing the ball and he did not go for it. What the bounce of the wicket is, they know where to play it and how to play it. And if you're thinking that it's going to come on, that's how you're going to connect it. And if it's the only shot in your cricket book, that's a little hindrance as a batter for you.
As we see another ball by Shahid, a huge appeal for LBW. I must say that was slightly close. The batter well forward there.
Very close. Very, very close from... Again, he's not a tall man. McQuizzle.
I think the batter was trying to signal that he edged it to the umpire.
Come on, Venu. Nicely flashy drive. That should be 4 runs for Nepal. Finally coming off someone's bat. That's Mohammad Arif Sheikh gets on one knee and is slammed into the offside for 4 runs.
Yep, rubbing salt into the wounds. The bowler beat the batter the previous delivery, and now this one going for 4. Once again down the leg side, clipped away towards fine leg and coming back for another comfortable 2. Slightly loose in this over, bowling both sides of the wicket. If you also notice, they have changed the field a bit. They have a short fine leg in place. The previous over, they had 2 slips.
Might be conspicuous for you to pick that Shahid Ahmedzai has changed his length after being hit for that boundary. Has gone towards leg side. This is his natural strength, and let the batter hit you. If he makes the shot, the credit has to be given. That's a very unpredictable ball from Shahid Ahmedzai. Very close to the stump, involving high risk for the batter.
That's right. More or less like an arm ball, did not turn much. Top spinning delivery, which kind of took off. And that's a nice finish to the over as well.
End of 28, 109 for 4. Rana Salman being the top wicket picker with Irfan Sadat. overcast conditions. We thought that the sun might be bright, shining upon us, but the weather is getting darker and gloomier. Padam Joshi, with 158 matches played, his best figure is 6 wickets for 5 runs. Or the other way around, 6 runs, 5 wickets. Beg your pardon.
So interesting to see spin employed from both ends at the moment. The off spinner, Padam Joshi, coming from the pavilion end, would be bowling round the wicket, going through the umpire and the stumps, and a nice flatter, quicker delivery to start off with. Struck outside the line.
Different channels and different bowling patterns for bowlers. Look at him coming over for the right-hander, then going around the stumps. Why do you think he's using the diagonal side?
I think he's trying to keep it outside the off. Like we see this line. Maybe he feels that it's at that angle, it's easier for him to angle it across the right-hander. That's why he has the slip in place as well. We don't know yet whether he has that slider or the arm ball, which kind of takes it towards slip. And as we speak, we see one potential ball that holds his line, challenging the outside edge. So I must say it's an interesting tactic. He has a lot of protection on the onside as well. As you can see, deep mid-wicket coming into play and good fielding and an excellent throw to the keeper.
Screams no on the second one, sends him back. A good call, because one more wicket, half of the side would be sitting and chewing on their fingers, thinking half of the side is already in the dugout.
Interestingly, they have 5 fielders on the onside, Abdul, something which we haven't seen till now. As we see another slog sweep being employed, and that could be a 6. Oh, that's brilliant fielding at the boundary. Definitely saved 6 runs, or should I say 5 runs now, given that they took a single. It was always going away from him, ran a few yards, and then put the ball in after catching it. That is brilliant fielding out here by the Canadians.
Was in the air. He got a little overconfident with the stroke making, especially overlooking the capability of the fielders of Canadian high performance side. A good taste for the Nepal batters not to get too comfortable against the high performance side and stick along. This is good from the team. From the bowlers and the fielders, that they're making sure that the batters run hard for every run.
Yeah, the first real aggressive shot that we saw after a while, and I must say it was a slight high risk shot given that there were 5 fielders on the onside and it could have gone either way.
They need that now. High risk is required now because 30 overs done and we haven't crossed 150 mark. Then what is it going to be from Nepal? If not now, then when?
That's a lovely cut shot, but there's protection in the deep.
Because the opposition will also have 50 overs. So you have to be mindful if the other team is capable of restricting you. You should not undermine the batting capability of the high performance side. You've got good strikers. You've got good rotators. You've got good devisers in the team who will be able to construct and orchestrate the plan. Swept, there's a fielder in place.
That's precisely why he's been kept there, the fielder, for the sweep shot, for the top edge sweep.
Why do the batters, especially, not run after hitting that six, knowing that if they've made a connection and the fielder's trying to scoop the ball out, should have been at least 2 runs. He wouldn't have been disappointed on that.
Well, classic good old ball watching, I would say.
30 overs done, and me and Venu will continue after this over as we see 112 on the scoreboard after 30 overs, 4 wickets down for Nepal.
All right, we are back after a short break, and we still have Padam Joshi continuing from the pavilion end as we see a slight dab towards short third man, looking for the second, but decide against it. I think spin is the key out here, Abdul, if I could say so. From what we are seeing the ball grip, turn, bounce. Beautifully bowled here by Padam Joshi. And I think all the spinners have kind of created some opportunities from their end in one way or the other. There's a bit of restlessness in the batting as of now. You could see that they are trying to kind of get them away, but they're not able to penetrate.
You haven't seen sweep till now. You haven't seen shots much through the offside. You haven't seen the batters come out and express themselves as freely as the coach and the captain would have liked them to do. But this is because they are in a qualm, having the fear of being apprehended in front of stumps. It is okay to get out after showing the intent, but it is not after eating the deliveries up. Because everyone understands you've got out with the attempt to hit.
Excellent over out here once again by Padam Joshi. I believe only 1 run conceded in that over.
31 for 113 on the loss of
4. 4 wickets down. Do they accelerate now, or do they still rebuild, consolidate? It's a bit of an iffy position for a batter, but I think they definitely need to do better in terms of strike rotation. They need to kind of look to rotate, take those singles and twos. There's a lot of open gaps in the field. They need to make the play out here, Nepal.
You have to give that benefit of doubt to Nepal. If we give the benefit of doubt, that's whipped away. One, even if you and me give, me especially, just to know your views and what our viewers think. If we give the benefit of doubt to Nepal, who've been hanging in for 32nd over with Padam Joshi bowling. Shahid Ahmed Zai, I beg your pardon. He bowling the 32nd over. They've scored only 114 runs. You've got 18 more overs to come. Take it as a T20 game, even if we give you a benefit of doubt. How much do you think? 150 from here, if they're able to score. Nicely chipped up. Cries coming in. A diving catch, but goes down. Should have been taken.
Yes, at this level should have been catchable. I believe he misjudged it a little bit in the initial part where he did not run in hard enough. He probably thought it was coming more towards him, but I think it hung in the air for a long time. And the moment he reached it, I believe he should have caught it. And that's where I think it's a game of inches, it's a game of small margins. I believe these are the catches that can turn the match around.
Gives you. Let me give you a more insight about Ben Stokes winning at Headingley, where they did not take a review against Nathan Lyon bowling him, and that review should have been out for Ben Stokes and margins, and rightfully said by our very own Venu that just matter of milliseconds, microseconds that makes difference.
Well, the story around that review is also interesting, Abdul. If you saw, a few overs earlier, there was a really, really poor review taken by Tim Payne, which was for a ball which pitched way outside the leg stump. And as we see a sweep being employed for a single, and they lost all their reviews in that moment. And that's what the game can do to you, right? It can humble you in many ways. And in excitement, the captain and the bowler took that review for a ball which was pitched way outside leg stump, and they actually did not have a review when they really needed it, when Ben Stokes was facing Nathan Lyon and tried to employ that sweep. I believe it's not just about captaincy on field, but it's also about understanding the nuances of using technology to the fullest and not letting emotions overtake, sane decision making. And sometimes, and we have seen it with all bowlers as well. Sometimes the bowler would want to appeal for everything. They would think everything is out, right? And that's why the captain, especially if you're a wicket keeper, need to have a good head on your shoulders. And we see another slog being employed on the onside.
That's in the gap. Nice save by Oliver Cox, I reckon, who's on the outfield. A real aggressive approach we see here from Asif Sheikh.
Yes, that's a brilliant stop once again. We saw him taking the catch and putting the ball in a couple of overs back. That was also a really good stop. And we see that the boundary patrolling people are doing a great job here for Canada. As we see another stroke on the offside.
Brilliantly played in the gap. There's no infield. There's no outfield. And that'll trickle away for 4 runs.
Yes, I think that was a good shot given the field positions. It's a predominantly onside field, and probably an error on Padam Joshi's part, who has been really good till now, but this one was slightly wider and tossed up. He was expecting maybe the batsman to slog sweep it from outside the off stump, but he was smart enough to play it over the covers.
I think as a spinner, Padam can set him up here. Can be a good setup. Having no offside field, he's tried to score off 2 balls of him. And he may try to loop the ball a bit more, giving more air, invite him forward and say that, how about you take on this, and the keeper trying to stump.
Same and that's exactly what happened there, Abdul. You called it. But a slight fumble from the keeper's end, I believe. And maybe he just made it back in time. Yeah, that was a good call. That was exactly what Padam was trying to do, trying to entice him to come down the track.
Excellent bowling between the sticks, with the ball remaining to call it off an over. And that's the difference. Getting back to the same conversation when you're telling about nuances, knowing the difference about desperation and intelligence.
Absolutely. I think, and that's where you need a calm captain and a calm wicket keeper. I think that's a pivotal position when it comes to reviews. I believe wicket keepers have the best view in the game, and I think they can definitely help in assisting the captain, or in fact, if you are the captain and the keeper, no better way to kind of go for the review by knowing what's happening on the field.
End of 33rd over, 122 for 4. How about the combination? We'll talk through the combination about the world cricket captains and wicket keepers. Let me bang on the straight with this one. Might be hilarious.
Is one of those characters who would, really entertain you, and with reviews we have seen that, obviously, with all due respect to him, he hasn't been the best reviewer when it comes to assisting the captain with taking the review or not. I think he is also one who is all the time excited and wants the captain to go for the review all the time. And so, yeah, I think probably some of the better ones have been taken by MS Dhoni, obviously.
Oh, lovely stroke. Comes down, shows the beauty. Elegance written all over it. And may we have new balls here at Maple Leaf Cricket Ground.
Yeah,
What a
that's a
shot
beautiful
this
stroke.
is.
I think the good thing was he played it with a straighter bat. He did not try to slog it across the line. Excellent use of the feet out here, reaching the pitch of the ball. And even when he kind of reached there, he played with a straightish bat, which allowed him to play the ball properly through the middle. And a great exhibition of technique as well as temperament.
Look at
out
that.
here.
How complex the shot is. It's made it look so easy, well defined. And again on your replay, you can binge watch it without getting bored. Can we have some pictures of the shot, please?
Absolutely. And as we see another boundary being scored on the onside this time through square leg, where he swept a delivery through the onside and he exactly knew what he was doing.
As we
Hit the gap perfectly.
As we're relishing on that six, we've also got a boundary from Kushal Burtel. And great catching. As I was more feasting on the six, you've caught the boundary.
Is that out? There's an appeal, and yes, he's been given out.
And that the last love is held by Shahid Ahmed Zai. There was a little confidence shown by Kushal Burtel just to hoodwink the umpire, but no, the umpire knows the slip and the wicketkeeper knew it immediately. Even him as well just tried to elope the umpire, but this time it's not going to help him eloping Meet.
I think that was an innocuous delivery. Short and wide was there for the cut. It's just the bounce that did him, I believe. Well, yeah, it's a rank bad ball. A literal half tracker. Should have been put away after all the good strokes that he played. I just felt that, yeah, he kind of took it a little too easy this time. You know, sometimes it happens, Abdul. It's the slightly bad balls which kind of gets you wickets after bowling a couple of real pitches. As we see a small water break being taken, and we'll come back to the viewers maybe after a couple of minutes. Welcome back to all the viewers as we see Gulshan Kumar Jha, a left-hander, taking strike for Nepal, 132 for 5 wickets. We are in the 34th over. Shahid Ahmed Zahi bowls a slightly quicker one on the offside. Nepal struggling a bit in the middle overs thanks to the spinners and a couple of medium pacers who had put some pressure. And that's out. Cotton bowled.
This is the second time we are seeing a similar type of wicket. This is the second wicket of the lot being cotton bowl. It was first of Rana Salman. Now it is Shahid Ahmadzai. He'll be on a hat trick.
No, he missed out one delivery in between. The first ball that he faced actually was a slightly wideish one, which he missed, and now the second delivery is a cotton bold.
This
Good
is what
catch.
over passionate fans do. Thinking about this is a hat trick. This is a clear statement of me displaying that what happens if you're too much thinking every ball is an out.
Well, we've all been there, Abdul. I won't blame you. And Nepal are in more than a spot of bother. I think that Canada have done a splendid job out here in coming back into this game and keeping their heads in check, even while the Nepal openers were playing so well.
Kushal Mala, left-handed batter. Sees his batting card. But new over, Arif Sheikh being on the charge here, will have to wait till Kushal Mala gets on strike. 6 wickets down, just a couple of more to come. To see Canada high performance side bat. The projected score, that's a good backup, and a loose throw again from the outfield.
Yes, 193 is the projected score at this stage.
Gets slogged, cries of catches. Would that be taken? And looks like it's been dropped there. Might go expensive. So far, there's been few grey patches in the fielding. And that'll only come with experience and time to the Canadian high performance side.
That's correct. I think these half chances need to be converted to kind of really put more pressure on the batting side. As we see a change in field for the left-hander.
First left-hander we see in the innings. The first one who might get the runs than the one who's come. How important is right and left combination, especially playing a 50 over or a T20 game?
Well, as a fielding team, I could say that I find it extremely irritating when you have a right and left combination in the middle to keep changing sides, to keep changing the field every ball.
I'm sure
and as a
you're
bowler as well.
I'm sure you're more of a bowler than a batter.
Well, it doesn't help if you are a fielder who has to do long on to long off every time or switch sides every time. As we see another single being taken. Yeah, I think it really puts off a few bowlers at times to keep changing their line and also to keep imagining the field for each right-hander and left-hander in combination. So it definitely helps having that combination in the middle because, you know, it provides that extra bit of advantage to the batting side.
It's just not for you, for the umpire as well, who has to run around the corner for the right and left hand. What has the poor umpire has done to run around the ground for nothing?
So, wanting to keep fit, so always good to keep moving around. It can be a tough job just standing in the middle and not moving around. It tests your patience, it tests your concentration.
I'm going to tell Mead that you have told the exact statement that he needs to work on his calorie count. He's going to be upset with that.
Well, yep. I think umpiring is a tough job. I would definitely say so.
No, you don't have to sugarcoat just like that, where he goes harsh. But before it's more accurate, it is Canada who erode on Nepal. One more wicket. That goes down as Arif Sheikh. Look at that. He tries to plug it in the deep, but he finds the fielder.
Yes, this is poor cricket from Nepal. They just lost a wicket. I know it was a hittable delivery, but they should have kind of gone for the gap. He hit it straight to the only man out there who's standing and waiting for that opportunity. So I believe Nepal could have done better out there.
To give the same analogy, Nepal are currently melting. First wicket was right on top, the second one was better, and then everything started descending. And the credit has to go to the Canadian high performance side, and the coach has been working on them hard and trying to cherry pick the talent.
That's correct. I think this is a sensational comeback here by the high performance team out here from Canada. Who would have thought at 70 odd for no loss after 15 overs, they would end up being 135 for 7?
That partnership at once, I thought that 250, 260 might be scored on this game, especially the cleanliness and the strokes of the opening pair between Arjun Saud and Anil Kumar Shah. That was giving us more optimistic signs till abrasive shots being played.
Oops.
And thanks to the batter, look at this, everything going in the high performance side's game. What has Nepal done?
That's correct. Lack of awareness there by the non-striker. Should have taken his bat out on time. That's beautifully bowled once again. Is that out? Is that out? Yes, given by the umpire. Lovely flight, dip, turn and bounce, taking the outside edge, and a good catch by the keeper as well.
And has feathered it right into the glove work of the wicketkeeper. Has been good and subtle with his wicket keeping today. Not much that you can complain to the wicket keeper. And there was some weight by the umpire, and look at that on your replay to know that turn coming off the surface, taking away, and there's an hesitation, yes and no, might have got the outside edge, just nicking it.
Yes, I think he was hanging the bat around and did not remove it on time. It's a case of following the ball after it pitches because you did not reach the pitch of the ball and you kind of take the bat towards the turn.
At times, taking away your bat and doing nothing, also a big ask and a big surprise at times that puts the batters in, because you have to be best at doing nothing as well at times. You cannot always take away the limelight. You cannot always be on groove. So giving that wear lift is also an art.
This is great bowling out here by Shahid, who has slowly and silently slipped into his fourth wicket, and is looking at a potential fifer out here.
Tell me your two best wear lift batters you'd rate on. Who's got the best wear lift?
Have fun. If you ask me seriously, I would obviously rate Rahul Dravid and Cheteshwar Pujara really high in that regard. And if you ask me sarcastically, the great Courtney Walsh, and and off late, we have seen that. I believe it was since we spoke about the Headingley Test match. I think it was who was it? As we look at this delivery, I think it was Jack Leach who had the best one not out in the history of Test cricket in that game.
I'd say you mine after this over. 36 done, and take a look at the fall of wickets. It was 70. As we're back, I hope you're not surprised by I'm saying that. I'm not picking your favorite. It's for sure Rahul Dravid. And then I'd say Steve Smith with the very peculiar leave and taking you back to the test cricket between India and Australia and in India, 2016, Ishant Sharma and Steve Smith. Ishant Sharma making faces at Steve Smith.
Well, the Steve Smith leave and even the Manas Labuschagne leave is probably one of the more popular ones. And I just love the way they leave the ball and say, no run.
They talk to themselves. It's like the pad check, glove check, the bats check, the helmets check, and then Steve Smith's ready.
Yes, he's pretty fidgety when it comes to getting ready for facing the ball.
Has to keep everything immaculate.
That's beautifully bowled here
Just like the
Load this
line
one up.
of Padam Joshi, Steve Smith, like everything impeccably well.
This is great cricket all around here.
185. Do you think the projected score would be enough for Nepal to defend?
Well, at this stage, I would say that they would really do well to get to even 185 at from where we are. I think 135 for 8 doesn't look like crossing 150 or 160 at this stage, given how well the high performance team has bowled in the last few overs, especially the spinners. Tossed up once again in the air and just clears mid off.
That's
For
more than a shot.
boundary?
That's more than a shot from Kushal Mala, and you'll agree to that, Venu, because look at him clear his front leg and timing, playing it inside out really well. That's way better from a left-hander, especially losing wickets.
Yes, I think it was a well thought of shot. No slogging, just placement and timing combined together. Beautifully bowled once again, and very, very sensible batting out here.
That ends the over with a single. 36 done, 140. 140 on your scoreboard. 8 wickets down. It's just a matter of 2 wickets for no real-time partnership after that first wicket being castled out. I love the word you've used, farming. To farm, you need to cultivate. You need to show affection. You need to show that candor. We haven't seen that from the other batters.
As we see Shahid Ahmed Zai looking for his 5th wicket. Would be a well-deserved 5-wicket haul, given the way he has bowled today. Slight change in field. They're bringing mid-off up and sending deep cover back.
Can they be a bit more aggressive on the batters, especially it's just being 2 wickets away? Can they try to attack batters more, calling the fielders up close, trying to save that single? Because singles have been really a question, very doubtful from the batters, that what has really stopped them to take singles? What has really not worked in the favor for them to push the ball in the gap?
Well, that was exactly the plan they were looking for, Abdul. They brought mid-off up, and this one was tossed up outside the off stump, enticing the batsman to go over mid-off. He missed it. And the plan almost worked in terms of getting the batter to make a mistake.
And the credit has to go much to the bowling team, Canada High Performance team, for asking the right questions all along this morning.
That's correct. Oh, once again outside the off stump. Trying to test the batter's patience out here. Fielders are in the right positions. Once again driven to mid-off. Probably, I would say, should not have been a single in this case, Abdul. It was firmly hit. It was a loud early call, but the way it traveled to the fielder, I just felt that there was a chance.
Can't agree more to a bowler's mindset.
Well, if you're 8 wickets down, I would want, every single being protected inside the ring at least.
True that. Putting some more pressure on.
Oh, that's beautifully bowled once again. Slowed it up, enticing the batsman to come forward, but nicely played as well in the end.
That's been the scorecard.
Nepal 141 for 8, 38 overs being bowled. Just a timely reminder to our viewers, this is the Nepal national cricket team versus the Canadian High Performance. At the beautiful Maple Leaf Cricket Ground.
Nepal claiming the toss to bat. And just 2 wickets away for Nepal. Has that worked in the favor for Nepal? One key takeaway, what do you find from the batting so far?
I think the wicket is definitely assisting some spin out here, Abdul, and I just feel that you should probably make the most of the initial few overs, and that's what we saw. Even though Canada really bowled well in the opening few overs as well, but I just thought it was relatively easier to bat on against the faster men. And as we have seen the innings progress, I just feel the wicket has slowed down a bit, and it's difficult to time the ball. It's gripping, turning, bouncing, and also doing a few things differently. As we see another change in bowling, we have Gurpal Sidhu coming in from the pavilion end.
The bowling was changed, especially after Gurpal being hit for that boundary. That was a good change. And 141, I doubt it, especially having that much score in the bag. And that's Gurpal Sidhu who's chipped in and picked up a wicket, beating the outside edge. Easy pickings for the bowlers of Canada high performance side here. And they are riding on the high.
Well, this is great bowling out here. Another wicket, another over, 9 wickets down. Who would have imagined this, say, about 30 minutes back? Good catch out here as well by the keeper. Sharp catch.
It did not even take the umpire to give a finger because there's a pure edge there, genuine edge. It was a poke outside the off, and the keeper does the rest.
Yes, we are now looking at something below 150 as well, Abdul. The projected score was showing 180 a couple of minutes ago. But now I just feel that Nepal's innings is in disarray. Complete disarray. Unless we see some magic happening out here, we just might see them being bowled out within 40, 50 overs.
The objective of Nepal cricket team right now should be to bat at least for 50 overs, forget about the score, and just continue to go along. Just knock the ball around the corner.
That's right. Who knows, even 180, if they potentially get after batting 50 overs, might be a winning score or at least a competitive score.
Not to forget that there were a couple of extras being given by the bowlers when they were trying to overcook the ball. So, still, there's an if and but that come into play. But right now, I would say that strongly at times, especially tail end, at times gives difficulties to the bowlers. Especially, it's easy. It becomes easy for you to pick on the top order, but tail end at times is really better to get hold of.
Let's see how these two tailenders approach the innings now. Will they look for some lusty blows or will they look to rotate the strike and just hang around?
The demeanor of the batter is positive from Lalit Narayan. He shouldn't go harsh for the lusty blows. It might lure him, might be a lucrative deal, but I don't think so. The rationale, the logic would support at this point of the game that Lalit Narayan's going after the bowler, having only 1 wicket, bowling between the stumps.
I'm kind of a little old school when it comes to this, Abdul. I love to see tailenders having fun, swinging their bats around, scoring those quick runs. Obviously, I understand that right now it's not the situation of the game demanding that, but it's quite entertaining when you see a few blows being pulled out by the tailenders.
Yeah, that was when I was captaining one side back home, and I was told that my fellow batter would want to take the strike. He came up to me, a tailender, told that how about to take on his stride. A clear instruction saying that rotate the strike. We're doing good. It was 180 runs. We're looking for a couple of more overs left. I told that it's just not taking on the responsibility. The ball was in the slot for him to hit, and his eyes got lit up, and guess what happened? We got bowled out. And it's always difficult. It's that one notorious kid in the family. It's always difficult to contain. The tailenders the same way. You tell them 100 messages and they find the ball, they think that they can hit, and it's the wicket.
It reminds me of a very interesting shot. Back to that. Yeah, I was coming back to. I think it was a test match wherein Yasir Shah of Pakistan was bowling, and West Indies were 9 wickets down, and I believe they had just 1 over left to defend and draw the game. And I'm not able to remember who it was exactly, the batter, and he went for an expansive drive over extra cover and inside edged it onto this jump. And I'm sure he must have got a mouthful from the coach and the captain when he went back to the dressing room.
It depends. It just depends on the situation, which will be carried forward after this over. Before we get on to the replay, that's off the bat and runs. And for sure, Canada.
They haven't offered any frills out here.
There are no thrills even for the Nepal batters by Canadian bowlers. So they need to show some thrills to get some frills. You need that. You know where to go. One-stop shop, no frills.
Absolutely. One of the sponsors for the Canadian national team, as we see Shahid Ahmedzai coming in once again, looking for that fifth wicket, that elusive fifth wicket.
I'd love to see Shahid Ahmedzai go with that fifth wicket, especially being an off spinner. So there's that branching towards him.
Lovely bowling out here.
He's picked 4 wickets, and apart from me branching, the viewers and you would not agree more than to what I'm saying is that he's done hard work and he should be rewarded for his hard work.
Absolutely. Oh, that's beautifully bowled once again.
That was a ripper.
That was a ripper. You could see the ball angling into the batter, drawing him forward, beating the outside edge. Turn, bounce, guile, everything that you want for.
He was a duck standing. He did not know what the ball was going to do.
Once again in the air, and that's it. That's the end of the innings. And as you called out, Abdul, 5 wickets for Shahid Ahmedzai, and well deserved as well. Beautifully looped up, enticing the batsman to come forward. Did not reach the pitch of the ball, and a simple loopy catch to extra cover.
Hard hands from the batter. Got his bat in time, saving his wicket. He thought that before the man at short covers plugged out the catch. And that's it for Nepal cricket, who've been dismantled at 143. 10 wickets picked up by Canadian national, my apologies, the high performance side. And it's Shahid Ahmedzai who's picked up 5 wickets for 27 runs, who's been super commanding on his bowling. And 2 wickets taken first by Rana Salman, a wicket later by Irfan Sadat, and then came in the spinner, Sukhjit Singh, who was able to pick up a wicket. High performance side needs 144 runs, and we'll be joining you shortly.
comes in, beautifully driven through extra cover. And we were talking
between the sticks length and one odd ball he bowls from the offside. Like this one, this is played away. That's going to run away. Oliver Cox on the move, trying to cut the ball. Diving effort saves a couple of runs for them. And why should they? Especially knowing where to capitalize on. That's their strength. And that's nice. That might be a bigger one. First big one. Look at that, freeing his arms and gets a bang on 6. Anil Kumar.
earlier, he was really fine. So we see another bouncer. As we speak, we see another one, but the ball went right where the fine leg fielder was placed before this delivery. So maybe a slight error in terms of the line.
Hovering on the head of Nepal. They've got to change Rana Salman Ghani.
And not a good start out here. Way down the leg side for a wide, but
6 sixes. It was off charts and mind-boggling to see any batter who can do it.
oh, that could be overthrows and probably 4 of them. Well,
That's close. That's close. That's very, very close. The height might have been an issue. That at GT20, I've seen that at the Tri-Series. The stadiums are packed with the Nepal fans. You'll have to have that. That slip, false shots. Oh,
I think you spoke about this.
inducing the batsman to take that off drive.
It's down the leg side, an appeal for caught behind, but probably
Wasn't a bad ball either, Venu. He used his feet, made sure that he reads the ball.
this time it's a beautiful stroke and a wonderful punch through the offside.
It'll be interesting if Arjun will get any assistance of the surface, taking away from the right-hander.
Nicely played in the gap once again, looking for 2. This
More of a bowler, Venu, aren't you? You're more of a bowler. Trust me. That's because the ball goes by the slip. You need another one.
Well, that's the classical mistake that all captains do, right? Follow the ball. But yeah, you are, how much skills you have, it's always good to have. As we see another full toss being played down the ground this time, and he did not miss out. Again, we see Irfan Sadat continuing from the pavilion end, bowling to Anil Kumar Shah. And that's the first wicket. We spoke about this, Abdul. We just spoke about this. That can kind of play on your mind as a batter when you don't get too much of strike and then you suddenly come on to face a bowler whom you haven't faced much. You could probably end up. Oops! And as we see another brilliant Yorker attempted. When you don't get too much of strike and then you suddenly come on to face a bowler whom you haven't faced much. You could probably end up. Oops! And as we see another brilliant Yorker attempted, unless he got some bat. Sukhjinder settling into a nice rhythm out here. As we see an attempted shot over mid-on, and Sukhjinder right after Irfan was bowling pretty well. Would you want to change him at that stage, wherein he got a wicket as well as kept the runs in check?
Will be too
And
much.
as we spoke, well, should I say comment?
A shot, especially if Rana Salman's bowling on the offside and you're already premeditated to take him on the leg side, which is not suiting. Just like that.
And we see another wicket out here. Abdul, you were bang on target. You
Held the flag of high performance side. And then it was the Rana Salman over with 2 wickets. Has picked the gap. Nicely timed. It should be a sigh of relief for single-handedly 68
Mohali.
runs. Mohali. And then it was Tri-Series Commonwealth Bank against Sri Lanka. Again, peak Malinga. Nicely deflected. Nicely deflected. There's a third one there. It goes on. The list goes on. But taking on Ireland. I was watching the game especially, and there was immense happiness. And if that would have gone in Canada's favor, game against USA, might be a different story. Canada would be the first played this year with national contra, national game that has come in, especially for women as well. That stop edge over the head of the keeper.
Lucky. Looking for the second.
That it's going to come on. That's how you're going to connect it. And if it's the only shot in your cricket book, that's a little hindrance as a batter for you.
As we see another ball by Shahid, a huge appeal for a
The
tossed wide.
flashy drive, that should be 4 runs for Nepal. Finally coming off someone's bat. That's Mohammad Arif Sheikh gets on one knee and is slammed into the offside for 4.
Something which we haven't seen till now. As we see another slog sweep being employed, and that could be a 6. Oh, that's brilliant fielding at the boundary. Definitely saved as well. Sometimes the bowler would want to appeal for everything. They would think everything is out, right? And that's why the captain, especially if you're a wicket keeper, need to have a good head on your shoulders. And we see another slog being employed on the onside.
That's in the gap. Nice save by
the boundary patrolling people are doing a great job here for Canada. As we see another stroke on the offside.
Brilliantly played in the gap. There's no infield. There's no outfield. And that will trickle away for 4 runs. The ball a bit more, giving more air, invite him forward and say that how about you take on this, and the keeper trying to stump.
Same and that's exactly what happened there, Abdul. You called it. But a slight fumble from the keeper wants the captain to go for the review all the time. And so, yeah, I think probably some of the better ones have been taken by MS Dhoni, obviously.
Oh, lovely stroke. Comes down, shows the beauty. Elegance written all over it. And maybe... And great catching. As I was more feasting on the 6, you've caught the boundary.
Is that out? There's an appeal, and yes, he's been given out, struggling a bit in the middle overs, thanks to the spinners and a couple of medium pacers who had put some pressure. And that's out. Cotton bowled. Yep. I think umpiring is a tough job. I would definitely say so.
No, you don't have to sugarcoat just like that, where he goes harsh. But before it's more accurate, it is scan books of the opening pair between Arjun Saud and Anil Kumar Shah. That was giving us more optimistic signs. Till abrasive shots being played.
Oops.
And thanks to the batter, look at this, everything going in. What has Nepal done?
Correct. Lack of awareness there by the non-striker. Should have taken his bat out on time. That's beautifully bowled once again. Is that out? Is that out? Yes. To getting ready for facing the ball.
Has to keep everything immaculate.
That's beautifully bowled here.
Just like the line of Padam Joshi, Steve Smith, like
150 or 160 at this stage, given how well the high performance team has bowled in the last few overs, especially the spinners. Tossed up once again in the air and just clears mid-off.
That's more than... That was a good change. And 141, I doubt it, especially having that much score in the bag. And that's Gurpal Sidhu, who's chipped in and picked up a wicket, beating...
Remember who it was exactly, the batter, and he went for an expansive drive over extra cover and inside edged it onto this jump. And I'm sure he must have got a mouthful from the coach and the captain.
And apart from me branching, the viewers and you would not agree more than to what I'm saying is that he's done hard work and he should be rewarded for his hard work.
Absolutely. Oh, that's beautifully bowled once again.
That was a
forward, beating the outside edge. Turn, bounce, guile, everything that you want for.
He was a duck standing. He did not... Actually, look at the way he's bowling. A bowler who uses his shoulder more often, hitting the deck hard.
Oh, that's beautifully bowled. Abdul, you were just talking about the 2 slaves. I wonder if we had one more that would get out here. The one which we are used to seeing in the 90s and early 2000s or even earlier maybe. Who blinks first? Oh, lovely bowling here. This time slightly fuller, enticing the. That's been pretty impressive so far.
Takes me back to Glenn McGrath and Brett Lee.
And as we speak, the commentators comes in, beautifully driven through extra cover, and we were talking
Between the sticks length and one odd ball he bowls from the offside. Like this one, this is played away. That's going to run away. Oliver Cox on the move, trying to cut the ball. Driving effort saves a couple of runs for them. And why should they? Especially knowing where to capitalize on. That's their strength. And that's nice. That might be a bigger one. First big one. Look at that, freeing his arms and gets a bang on 6. Anil Kumar.
earlier, he was really fine. Do we see another bouncer? As we speak, we see another one, but the ball went right where the fine leg fielder was placed before this delivery. So maybe a slight error in terms of the line.
Hovering on the head of Nepal. They've got to change Rana Salman Ghani.
And not a good start out here. Way down the leg side for a wide, but
6 sixes. It was off charts and mind-boggling to see any batter who can do it.
oh, that could be overthrows and probably 4 of them. Well,
That's close. That's close. That's very, very close. The height might have been an issue. That at GT20, I've seen that at the Tri-Series. The stadiums are packed with the Nepal fans. You'll have to have that. That slip, false shots. Oh,
I think you spoke about this.
inducing the batsman to take that off drive.
It's down the leg side, an appeal for caught behind, but probably.
Wasn't a bad ball either, Venu. He used his feet, made sure that he reads the ball.
Oh, this time it's a beautiful stroke and a wonderful punch through the offside.
It'll be interesting if Arjun will get any assistance off the surface, taking away from the right-hander.
Nicely played in the gap once again, looking for 2. This
More of a bowler, Venu, aren't you? You're more of a bowler. Trust me, just because the ball goes by the slip, you need another one.
Well, that's the classical mistake that all captains do, right? Follow the ball. But yeah, you are, how much skills you have, it's always good to have. As we see another full toss being played down the ground this time, and he did not miss out. Again, we see Irfan Sadat continuing from the pavilion end, bowling to Anil Kumar Shah. And that's the first wicket. We spoke about this, Abdul. We just spoke about this. That can kind of play on your mind as a batter when you don't get too much of strike, and then you suddenly come on to face a bowler whom you haven't faced much. You could probably end up. Oops! And as we see, another brilliant Yorker attempted. When you don't get too much of strike, and then you suddenly come on to face a bowler whom you haven't faced much. You could probably end up. Oops! And as we see, another brilliant Yorker attempted, unless he got some back. Sukhjinder settling into a nice rhythm out here. As we see an attempted shot over mid-on, and Sukhjinder right after Irfan was bowling pretty well. Would you want to change him at that stage, wherein he got a wicket as well as kept the runs in check?
Will be too.
And as we spoke, well, should I say comment?
A shot, especially if Rana Salman's bowling on the offside and you're already premeditated to take him on the leg side, which is not suiting. Just like that.
And we see another wicket out here. Abdul, you were bang on target. You
held the flag of high performance side, and then it was the Rana Salman over with 2 wickets. Has picked the gap, nicely timed. It should be a sigh of relief for single-handedly 68 runs, Mohali. And then it was Tri-Series Commonwealth Bank against Sri Lanka again, peak Malinga. Nicely deflected. There's a third man there. It goes on, the list goes on, but taking on Ireland. I was watching the game especially, and there was immense happiness. And if that would have gone in Canada's favor, game against USA, might be a different story. Canada would be the first played this year, but national contra, national game that has come in, especially for women as well. That stoppage over the head of the keeper.
Lucky. Looking for the second.
That it's going to come on. That's how you're going to connect it. And if it's the only shot in your cricket book, that's a little hindrance as a batter for you.
As we see another ball by Shahid, a huge appeal for a
The flashy drive, that should be 4 runs for Nepal. Finally coming off someone's bat. That's Mohammad Arif Sheikh, gets on one knee and is slammed into the offside for 4.
Something which we haven't seen till now. As we see another slog sweep being employed, and that could be a 6. Oh, that's brilliant fielding at the boundary. Definitely saved as well. Sometimes the bowler would want to appeal for everything. They would think everything is out, right? And that's why the captain, especially if you're a wicket keeper, need to have a good head on your shoulders. And we see another slog being employed on the onside.
That's in the gap. Nice save by
the boundary patrolling people are doing a great job here for Canada. As we see another stroke on the offside.
Brilliantly played in the gap. There's no infield. There's no outfield. And that will trickle away for 4 runs. The ball a bit more, giving more air, invite him forward and say that how about you take on this, and the keeper trying to stump.
Same and like that's exactly what happened there, Abdul. You called it. But a slight fumble from the keeper wants the captain to go for the review all the time. And so, yeah, I think probably some of the better ones have been taken by MS Dhoni, obviously.
Oh, lovely stroke. Comes down, shows the beauty. Elegance written all over it. And maybe... And great catching. As I was more feasting on the 6, you've caught the boundary.
Is that out? There's an appeal, and yes, he's been given struggling a bit in the middle overs, thanks to the spinners and a couple of medium pacers who had put some pressure. And that's out. Cotton bowled. Yep. I think umpiring is a tough job. I would definitely say so.
No, you don't have to sugarcoat just like that, where he goes harsh. But before it's more accurate, it is scan books of the opening pair between Arjun Saud and Anil Kumar Shah. That was giving us more optimistic signs till abrasive shots being played.
Oops.
And thanks to the batter, look at this, everything going in. What has Nepal done?
Correct. Lack of awareness there by the non-striker. Should have taken his bat out on time. That's beautifully bowled once again. Is that out? Is that out? Yes. To getting ready for facing the ball.
Has to keep everything immaculate.
Oh, that's beautifully bowled here.
Just like the line of Padam Joshi, Steve Smith, like
150 or 160 at this stage, given how well the high performance team has bowled in the last few overs, especially the spinners. Tossed up once again in the air and just clears mid-off.
That's more than... That was a good change. And 141, I doubt it, especially having that much score in the bag. And that's Gurpal Sidhu, who's chipped in and picked up a wicket, beating...
Remember who it was exactly, the batter, and he went for an expansive drive over extra cover and inside edged it onto the stump. And I'm sure he must have got a mouthful from the coach and the captain.
And apart from me branching, the viewers, and you would not agree more than to what I'm saying, is that he's done hard work and he should be rewarded for his hard work.
Absolutely. Oh, that's beautifully bowled once again.
That was a
forward, beating the outside edge. Turn, bounce, guile, everything that you want for.
He was a duck standing. He did not know what the ball was going to do.
Once again in the air, and that's it. That's the end of the innings. And as
captaincy, especially look at the way he's bowling. A bowler who uses his shoulder more often, hitting the deck hard.
Oh, that's beautifully bowled, Abdul. You were just talking about the 2 slips I want. wonder if we had one more that would get out here, the one which we are used to seeing in the 90s and early 2000s, or even earlier, maybe. Who blinks first? Oh, lovely bowling here. This time slightly fuller, enticing. That's been pretty impressive so far.
Takes me back to Glenn McGrath and Brett Lee.
And as we speak, the commentator's curse comes in, beautifully driven through extra cover. And we were talking
between the sticks length and one odd ball he bowls from the offside. Like this one, this is played away. That's going to run away. Oliver Cox on the move, trying to cut the ball. Diving effort saves a couple of runs for them. And why should they, especially knowing where to capitalize on? That's their strength. And that's nice. That might be a bigger one. First big one. Look at that, freeing his arms and gets a bang on 6. Anil Kumar.
earlier, he was really fine. Do we see another bouncer? As we speak, we see another one, but the ball went right where the fine leg fielder was placed before this delivery. So maybe a slight error in terms of the line.
Hovering on the head of Nepal. They've got to change Rana Salman Ghani.
And not a good start out here. Way down the leg side for a wide, but
6 sixes. It was off charts and mind-boggling to see any batter who can do it.
oh, that could be overthrows and probably 4 of them. Well,
That at GT20, I've seen that at the Tri-Series. The stadiums are packed with the Nepal fans. You'll have to have that result. That slip, false shots. Oh,
heel for caught behind, but probably
wasn't a bad ball either, Venu. He used his feet, made sure that he reads the ball.
this time it's a beautiful stroke and a wonderful punch through the offside.
It'll be interesting if Arjun will get any assistance off the surface, taking away from the right-hander.
Nicely played in the gap once again, looking for 2. This
More of a bowler, Venu, aren't you? You're more of a bowler. Trust me, just because the ball goes by the slip, you need another one.
Well, that's the classical mistake that all captains do, right? Follow the ball. But yeah, you are, how much skills you have. It's always good to have. As we see another full toss being played down the ground this time, and he did not miss out. Again, we see Irfan Sadat continuing from the pavilion end, bowling to Anil Kumar Shah. And that's the first wicket. We spoke about this, Abdul. We just spoke about this. That can kind of play on your mind as a batter when you don't get too much of strike, and then you suddenly come on to face a bowler whom you haven't faced much. You could probably end up. Oops! And as we see, another brilliant Yorker attempted. When you don't get too much of strike, and then you suddenly come on to face a bowler whom you haven't faced much. You could probably end up. Oops! And as we see, another brilliant Yorker attempted, unless he got some back. Sukhjinder settling into a nice rhythm out here. As we see, an attempted shot over mid-on, and Sukhjinder right as Irfan was bowling pretty well. Would you want to change him at that stage, wherein he got a wicket as well as kept the runs in check?
Will be too
And
much.
as we spoke, well, should I say comment?
A shot, especially if Rana Salman's bowling on the offside and you're already premeditated to take him on the leg side, which is not suiting. Just like that.
And we see another wicket out here. Abdul, you were bang on target. You
held the flag of high performance side, and then it was the Rana Salman over with 2 wickets. Has picked the gap, nicely timed. It should be a sigh of relief for single-handedly 68 runs, Mohali. And then it was Tri-Series Commonwealth Bank against Sri Lanka, again peak Malinga. Nicely deflected. Nicely deflected. There's a third man there. It goes on. The list goes on, but taking on Ireland. I was watching the game especially, and there was immense happiness. And if that would have gone in Canada's favor, game against USA, might be a different story. Canada would be the first played this year, but national contra, national game that has come in, especially for women as well. That stoppage over the head of the keeper.
Lucky. Looking for the second.
That it's going to come on. That's how you're going to connect it. And if it's the only shot in your cricket book, that's a little hindrance as a batter for you.
As we see another ball by Shahid, a huge appeal for a
The
tossed wide.
flashy drive, that should be 4 runs for Nepal. Finally coming off someone's bat. That's Mohammad Arif Sheikh, gets on one knee and is slammed into the offside for 4.
Something which we haven't seen till now. As we see another slog sweep being employed, and that could be a 6. Oh, that's brilliant fielding at the boundary. Definitely saved as well. Sometimes the bowler would want to appeal for everything. They would think everything is out, right? And that's why the captain, especially if you're a wicket keeper, need to have a good head on your shoulders. And we see another slog being employed on the
That's
onside.
in the gap. Nice save by
The boundary patrolling people are doing a great job here for Canada. As we see another stroke on the offside.
brilliantly played between in the gap. There's no infield, there's no outfield, and that'll trickle away for 4 runs. The ball a bit more, giving more air, invite him forward and say that how about you take on this, and the keeper trying to stump. Same
And
like
that's
this.
exactly what happened there, Abdul. You called it. But a slight fumble from the keeper wants the captain to go for the review all the time. And so, yeah, I think probably some of the better ones have been taken by MS Dhoni, obviously.
Oh, lovely stroke, comes down, shows the beauty, elegance written all over it, and maybe and great catching. As I was more feasting on the 6, you've caught the boundary.
Is that out? There's an appeal, and yes, he's been given out, struggling a bit in the middle overs, thanks to the spinners and a couple of medium pacers who had put some pressure. And that's out. Cotton bowled. Yep. I think umpiring is a tough job. I would definitely say so.
No, you don't have to sugarcoat just like that, where he goes harsh. But before it's more accurate, it is scan books of the opening pair between Arjun Saud and Anil Kumar Shah. That was giving us more optimistic signs till abrasive shots being played.
Oops.
And thanks to the batter, look at this, everything going in. What has Nepal done?
That's correct. Lack of awareness there by the non-striker. Should have taken his bat out on time. That's beautifully bowled once again. Is that out? Is that out? Yes. To getting ready for facing the ball.
Has to keep everything immaculate.
Oh, that's beautifully bowled here.
Just like the
Load this
line
one up.
of Padam Joshi, Steve Smith, like
150 or 160 at this stage, given how well the high performance team has bowled in the last few overs, especially the spinners. Tossed up once again in the air and just clears mid off.
that's
What
more
a-
than that was a good change. And 141, I doubt it, especially having that much score in the bag. And that's Gurpal Sidhu, who's chipped in and picked up a wicket, beating.
Remember who it was exactly, the batter, and he went for an expansive drive over extra cover and inside edged it onto this jump. And I'm sure he must have got a mouthful from the coach and the captain.
And apart from me branching, the viewers and you would not agree more than to what I'm saying is that he's done hard work and he should be rewarded for his hard work.
Absolutely. Oh, that's beautifully bowled once again.
That was a
Forward beating the outside edge. Turn, bounce, guile, everything that you want for.
He was a duck standing. He did not know what the ball was going to do.
Once again in the air, and that's it. That's the end of the innings. And as
Captaincy, especially look at the way he's bowling. A bowler who uses his shoulder more often, hitting the deck hard.
Oh, that's beautifully bowled. Abdul, you were just talking about the two slaves. I wonder if we had one more that would get out here. The one which we are used to seeing in the 90s and early 2000s or even earlier, maybe. Who blinks first? Oh, lovely bowling here. This time slightly fuller, enticing. That's been pretty impressive so far.
Takes me back to Glenn McGrath and Brett Lee.
And as we speak, the commentator's curse comes in, beautifully driven through extra cover. And we were talking
between the sticks length and one odd ball he bowls from the offside. Like this one, this is played away. That's going to run away. Oliver Cox on the move, trying to cut the ball. Diving effort saves a couple of runs for them. And why should they, especially knowing where to capitalize on? That's their strength. And that's nice. That might be a bigger one. First big one. Look at that, freeing his arms and gets a bang on 6. Anil Kumar.
earlier, he was really fine. Do we see another bouncer? As we speak, we see another one, but the ball went right where the fine leg fielder was placed before this delivery. So maybe a slight error in. Good afternoon and welcome back, everyone. We are now about to resume the game with Canada chasing 140 odd, which was made by the Nepal team batting first today. Sompal Kami charging in to bowl to Ali Nadeem. Left alone. Canada need 144 runs to win this game. It's a 50-over game, remember, between the Canadian high-performance squad and the Nepal national team. As I'm joined by my co-commentator, Abdul.
Thank you, Venu. Good afternoon and welcome back for the second innings. That's cracked and crunched through the gap. That'll be the first boundary out of Ali Nadeem's bat.
Rank longer hop, loose stuff here by Nepal and rightly punished by Ali Nadeem.
The swing in the ball, but was too wide for Ali Nadeem and was an easy pecking to get in his bag and scored 4 runs off it. Ali Nadeem is riding on a high currently. Recently won TDCA final, 50-over final S9, which is a super elite class. A strong all-rounder. Was mostly on batting. Will give strike to Shubham Sharma. So this is the ballistic partnership between Ali Nadeem and Shubham Sharma. It'll be a matter of time till you see that both the openers have driven the game down. So Nepal team to win, they'll need wickets.
Absolutely, and I think the total that they have is pretty meager. They really need to capitalize on this new ball and make sure that they get some quick wickets. We have also seen that the ball is turning a lot, gripping a lot in the middle overs, so that can also be used to Nepal's advantage. But the point is, they're just defending 139 at this time. They need 139 more runs to win. Nicely played. They cannot afford any loose stuff and have to keep it tight. Sompal Kami. Nicely bowled and nicely fielded as well.
That's nicely tonking off Shubham Sharma's bat. 139 required. A paltry total set up by Nepal for Canada high performance side. Power play would be the key. They'll want to build in the power play before that advantage being taken away. Sompal Kami finishes off the over with a dot, 5 of the over. All scored by Ali Nadeem. Shubham Sharma on the other side still has to open his account. And at once, a week ago, these two gentlemen on your screen, Shubham Sharma and Ali Nadeem, were playing against one another for the Toronto District Cricket Association final, the TDCA S9 final held at the Maple Leaf Cricket Ground, the adjacent ground. That's where these two gentlemen were against one another. Now in the same unit, we see them batting together. It's Rijan Dhakal. And this is not required, where especially Nepal are in some noise, especially trying to get a calm start. A misfield is something that you'd least expect out of them. Two slips in position for Rijan Dhakal. 137 in 293 balls. For any of you who've just joined us, Nepal claimed the toss and elected to bat first. They're coming live from King City. Excellently bowled by Rijan. He just needs a little support from the fielders. The captain's given him 2 slips to support him. And inside edge. Gets very, very lucky. It's trying to protrude through that little window he finds. Look at that. Nip back. Inside edge. Survives. Might have been unlucky for the bowler, where he could not get the ball on the stumps. Too full. A firm push. There's the vibrant energy out in the field by Nepal. Welcome back, Venu.
Thank you, Abdul. Yep. A decent start here by Canada. And as we see, overcast conditions, contrary to what it was in the morning. We're seeing the temperatures drop a bit too, so that might play on the batter's mind. And even for the fielding team, it can be a tad difficult holding on to those catches when it's cold. Nicely defended. And that's the 5th ball of the 2nd over.
We were expecting rain a day later, not today, not tomorrow. And I did not expect that it would get this tricky.
ल माछालाई चारो पनि किन्यो एउटाको 50 रुपैयाँ सानोको ठुलोको 100 रुपैयाँ पर्ने रहेछ ठिक छ
They're looking for a start here. Definitely, the high performance team has got a start. And a slip being taken off.
End of a good over here by Shubham. I beg your pardon, by Rijan Dhakal.
Nepal being bowled out for on the 40th over. And the man in action by picking 5 wickets was Shahid Ahmadzai, who bagged him. Sompal Kami will continue from the north end. We'll see him bowl quite often in the power play. Will be in contention till the power play is over.
Nepal, Canada 8 for no loss.
That's nice shape, nice late swing of the surface. That's been aided nicely to Sompal Kami's action, and the areas is looking to bowl. Something different what Nepal has to do here would be that the only chance for them will get better by picking up wickets.
Interestingly, they have a first slip and a slip which is really wide, somewhere around the 4th slip. There's a lot of gap between the two of them, or it's more like a wideish gully even, I would say.
They've brought the gully fielder forward there. They're looking the batter to drive. In a test cricket, you'd see that gully fielder standing on the forward move. But to remind about the prowess of these two batters is that they like taking the attack on. Ali Nadeem, who's very much capable, recently played for Chicago Tigers at the minor league cricket 2024, who scored 46 runs, who also shared the locker room with the likes of Babara. Is playing somewhere else here, Ali Nadeem, where the ball's going on the offside. Tried to, not sure if he was trying to leave that one or to play on the onside. Very risky to go against the line of the ball.
I just feel, Abdul, given what happened in the morning or in the first half of the game, it might be really interesting to see how the spinners operate here for Nepal, because we definitely saw a lot of turn and bounce. And batting was relatively easy, I would say, as we see another ball being tucked down.
Clipped off his head. That's running away for 4 runs. That's nicely timed by Ali Nadeem into the gap, knowing where his fielders are. It's just a tuck off his hips here. You see that, Venu, and how well he's timed that. Timing has been to perfection by Ali Nadeem. This is a second boundary. He picks up one through the off, and this time on the leg side.
That's correct. I think the line here was a bit off towards the batsman's legs, and that gave him the opportunity to tuck it around the corner.
Good single by putting that in the gap. Ali Nadeem will keep the strike.
Good start here by Canada. 12 for no loss in 3 overs. In fact, 13 for no loss with that single. Ali Nadeem scoring most of the runs, or in fact all the runs till now.
youngsters get more chance and more exposure to the game, the muscle twitch for the team is activated and they don on the colors with pride and making sure that they help them. This is the sole objective of this program. But what will aid this program, what will help it better is that, especially this game, Nepal hasn't got much runs on score. So they may try to use their youngsters, young budding talent, and they may try to experiment a little with a cushion given from the experienced veterans who are there on the lines. They can definitely try to mix and match.
Absolutely. This would be a nice test for their bowling unit to see how they go about defending a really low score out here. With conditions now being overcast, and we also saw that there was a lot of turn on offer for the spinners as well.
But for spinners to come, it'll be at least after the power play because the ball is new, there's nip in the air, they're getting swing. Will be a bad decision for the captain of Nepal to bring on the spinner early on. It might produce them a wicket, but to underutilize your fast bowler, Sompal Kami, he's been looking good. And not a bad ball from Rijan Dhakal till now.
Yes, Rijana has been pretty much on target.
Flicks away where the fielder is at the square leg. Cricket has been massively growing and it will for sure be at its pinnacle in the coming years, especially the support received by TD being the major sponsor to promote cricket in the country. They've been prolific with the extended support. But also, the support also comes in with the resonance and the response from the viewers, from the spectators, from the lovers of the game, from the enthusiasts. And it has been equal and much more to grow.
It's heartening to see a lot of sponsorship support for Cricket Canada. And the more support it gets, the better it is in terms of the growth of the game, more local sponsors and local talent coming up as well. And that's the whole idea behind putting up this high performance squad against an international team here.
Nicely clipped away to the fine leg. Protection in place, will be only able to get one. Now, every sports, anything you're constructing out from scratch takes time to build. Castles aren't built in a day. For any sports to gain popularity, it took time. When you see NBA, a multi-billion-dollar industry, it did not happen. It only bloomed after Magic Johnson and then came Michael Jordan. That's when it turned out to be a billion-dollar industry. Now it's more than that, especially soccer having that popularity. What made it special? It's viewers. And similarly, the game of cricket has the same craze as the popular sports. Off the back foot has timed it to perfection again. This has been the go-to area. Perfection has been the basic. We will say that time and time again, especially because how well he's been able to knock it around the corner. It is Shubham Sharma this time who gets tall, takes on the bounce and sends it between the point and the third man.
Canada, Abdul. I think Nepal have to really plug these runs being scored so freely. At the moment, I think it's way too easy for Canada. Canada high performance team, 18 for no loss. As we see Sompal Kami coming in from the pavilion end. Dot ball.
It has been easy picking, easy run collection for Canada, high performance side, especially with the type of line and length Sompal Kami's over is going to be a crucial turn of event here. The way he's bowling, it's definitely going to help Nepal if they want to win, but Canada is looking strong. The high performance side, right calls being made. They need to contain them off the single, especially making sure of they're not getting off the strikes often. Singles have to dry. And if the Nepal side wants to be the favorite here, they need an early breakthrough.
Yes, they need to find a wicket somewhere really soon. As we see another slip being taken out. I just feel, Abdul, this is a slightly defensive approach here by Nepal.
That's
For
close.
LBW, and that's given.
That is what Sompal Kami was expected to do, and he has delivered it to Nepal. Look at that shape. That's why he's taken off that slip back, and very, very close there. He moves away, and straight away the umpire gives it. He's bewildered by the decision, but still the call will carry on. It is Ali Nadeem who walks back.
Yep, I think the umpire probably thought it's hitting leg stump. I think the follow-through of the batter probably made it look closer than it was. I just felt my initial reaction was it might be slipping down the leg side, but yeah, the umpire thought it's kind of hitting middle and leg.
Tough to say, especially after that ball's nipped back in. It's difficult to make any predictions here or make any judgments because the ball was definitely going down the leg. But the umpire who's standing up close might have seen a different story there. Who got the better view with his own eye and may look different here because it's the game of angles. The cricket has always been the game of angles. Even you're bowling, you're batting, or you're watching.
And interestingly, we have the slip coming back in for the new batter.
Very young Ajay Singh. Early on, they'd want to pile some pressure on the youngster. Good experience for him. Looks confident. Will be some pressure. Have you ever felt that going for any of your important days? Your nerves, butterflies in your stomach?
I'll be lying if I said no. It's always there, and it's always good to have some pressure. Pressure means expectations. Expectation means you're there to do a job, and people want you to do well. So, yep, I think a little bit of pressure, a little bit of butterflies in the stomach is always good. It keeps you focused. It keeps your ego in check. Unless you're Sir Vivian Richards, who can just walk with that swag out and think as if he owns the world and play beautifully as he does, or as he used to do. Close. There was a fielder at short point just for that particular shot.
Symbiotic effort from the fielders. Similar. It's just not the one who's close at point. Also the fielder behind him at gully who tried to dive in the same fashion. Talking about nerves and pressure, yes, it does keep you in check and says about the responsibility that you want to take on. It's always good to have that little tingling sensation in you that says that you want to make the opportunity count. Doesn't say that you're taking it for granted.
Is nicely bowled here by Sompal. Great comeback here. I think he's definitely kept a tight leash on the batters in this over. He's targeting the stumps more, as you can see, and that's how he got the LBW. High Performance Canada team still 18 for 1 after 5 overs.
Now the boundaries may dry up, especially with the departure of kicking the ball well. Now it'll be Shubham Sharma who'll have to play along the youngster. I'll have to talk to him and make sure he keeps in check with what is expected of youngster to make sure the fluidity comes in for him. There's some excitement behind the stumps. Later the bowler joined too, but the umpire, Meath, does not look excited here at all.
That was a huge appeal.
And was
Definitely
adjourned.
closer. Close to the outside edge, but hard to tell.
And not definitely, you cannot without the snicker or the hotspot. Can we see that technology coming in soon for games like this as well?
I think the keeper was more interested. The bowler kind of joined him later.
Because the bowler did not know what was happening and he just went in sync. Taken off his thigh pad nicely. Down to deep fine leg where Bhurtel is. Nepal's been kept quiet in their batting. They've been tamed. The credit has to go to the Canadian high performance bowling side. The coaches were along the lines, taking laps, while the bowlers were doing the job. And every time, Coach Kuram Chauhan, alongside Zahur Bhatt, they saw an opportunity. They did speak. And timely messages were also sent. This is nicely timed. Again, contemplation from the batter to know what he's doing. Look at that, how tall he stands on the rise of the ball as it peaks up. Ajayveer Singh, very new. To the game of cricket, and yes, he has played, but the field of cricket on he's playing is new.
Nicely bowled there. This one darting back in. I think these are really good conditions for bowling out here, Abdul. It's nice and overcast. Saw a bit of nip in the air in the morning as well. There was swing on offer. I think the tall Canadian bowlers used that to their advantage.
Reminds you of England? Rajan
yes.
Dhakal's been using that as well to his advantage with Sompal Kami. It's just he has been wicketless and the areas his use has been disappointing. Back of the length, he may want to target. Upish, and that's the shot from the young Ajayveer Singh. And indeed, courageous one, having fielders inside the circle. Saw the opportunity to liberate his arms, and he's done that nicely to get 4 runs.
Yes, this was played purely on the length on offer. Slightly foolish delivery. And I think the bowler was trying to bring the ball back in once again to look for the LBW or the bold dismissal. But this time the batter got his bat down on time and also hit it over the vacant mid-on region.
Let us not forget that the left-hander is bowling him over the wicket for the right-hander. And it is expected with that gap between the mid-on and mid-wicket that's open, that's vacant. So he'll have to be very mindful, especially using that angle. The batter also knows that the ball is...
I think there's a stark difference in approach here between Canada and Nepal. Canadian bowlers were tall, lanky, getting a lot of good bounce on offer, hitting the seam more, whereas the Nepal bowlers are more focused on getting the ball pitched up and looking for swing. So two different approaches in the same game. Interesting to watch. Here comes Sompal Kami once again. Oh, that's beautifully bowled. That's the right channel. That's exactly what we saw this morning being bowled by the Canadian bowlers.
Shubham Sharma likes slogging the ball towards the deep square leg, drags the ball. That's his mode of operation. As one of the features of his batting is that if you bowl him on the offside too full, he takes it, he drags on towards the leg side when it's too full. A better player of the leg side can play on the off too, but he looks classic when he plays on the leg side. He's got good sweeps and pick-up shots. Likes to cover the power play. Very mindful as a batter. Knows what his ranges are, his areas are. Good bouncer.
That's a good bouncer. Called a wide, surprisingly, maybe for the line. But it was a good thought.
Away from the shoulder. Right decision made by the umpire. That's going down the leg. Should have been more between the stumps. Especially if he's bowling that, may want to target the off stump, the first stick. Third stick, if it's been considered towards leg to off, then the third stick, so that if he's getting some seam off the surface, it does not bother the bowler and his effort.
Oh, interestingly, no ball called. Probably for overstepping.
This is a nefarious act from Sompal Kami, especially having no runs, not enough runs being scored by the batters. They can do is bowling a no ball, especially giving that opportunity for a batter, giving a chance for a batter to swing his arms. Especially we've seen Ajay Veer do it already, take on a boundary from that mid-wicket side.
Free hit.
Let's see if Singh optimally uses it. Moves away from the line. He's wasted that. He'll be not happy. He's played with the line. Why does he have to come down and go away on the leg side? Thinking that he'll be using the other channel.
Yeah, I think that was a easy miss there. Given the length of the ball, he could have stayed where he was and could have made the angles using the length.
Too many chefs spoil the broth. Similarly, too many thoughts, they clutter your mind. So, got to be clear in your approach. That's what our conversation was with one of the coaches of Nepal on the sidelines. Making sure that the disciplined approach is there for the cricketers. And they're clear in their approach, irrespective of the outcomes. You give your best on the day, and the day changes for you if it's not today your best of the days. But surely, there's always going to be a new dawn.
$29 for 1 Canada. We are in the 7th over. Ajay Veer Singh and Shubham Sharma trying to build a partnership after losing a wicket early. Oh, that's brilliant. What a ball that was. Incredible. Just took off a good length. There's hardly anything that a batter could do in that occasion. So Sompal generating some pace out here as his tail up after getting the wicket in the previous over.
Surely they are looking for one more wicket, and that should be of Shubham Sharma. Require 115. With 3 overs of power play to go after this over. That stayed low. Not come onto the bat, and Sompal Kami finishes an over. Got away with 1 no ball. And 3 runs coming off this over.
As
4
we
in
have a
fact.
look at the match summary. We are living in a digital age.
They're messing with you, Venu. They're just messing with you. The production team just trying to play on you.
All right, back to the action.
What do you make out of the start from Canada?
I think it's decent. Yes, obviously he would have loved. They would have loved not to lose that wicket early, but apart from that, I don't think they've had any trouble yet.
This was sharp inside to the batter. It came in sharply, as if a spinner was trying to twirl the ball into a right-hander.
I think we can see some signs of inconsistent bounce at the moment, and a bit of the ball holding up. So there's something happening with the wicket. I believe Nepal could probably use that to their advantage by targeting the stumps more, bringing Bold and LBW into play.
Might see some drizzles coming. I hope I'm not hallucinating. They
Once
want to.
again, the ball keeping low. Nicely played. Rijan has done a good job so far in this over. Let's change this angle, bowling around the stumps.
Good bowling attack, having a left arm bowler. If you have a left arm bowler who can bowl in the inception of the innings, you need that lefty who can bring ball towards curling inside the right hander, as we speak about. That's a good bouncer. Got hold of it, looks like that. And 1 bounce, 2 bounce. That stays on the ground.
Few signs of the outfield getting a bit slow as well. Charging down the track, and he's been given out. It's an outside edge.
Look at the aggression from Rijan Dakal. He sends him, shows the way where he has to go. I like it from the fast bowler. Comes down the track, and he has to show some respect to the veteran. Ajay Veer Singh being treated little harshly by Rijan Dakal here. Very close to him. Not happy. He'll take some accurate taste of the battle.
All right, we have a left-hander in here, Yuvraj Samra.
A versatile batter, Yuvraj Samra. Gets on the crease, is young. "18 years old, was a part of Vancouver Knights franchise for GT20 this season. His club cricket skills have been highly praised and spoken about. Look at him. Look at his balance of the stance he's taking. Very still position, a left-hander. He might have come to avenge his fallen comrade, Ajay Veer Singh. I love the celebration, but it was a little too close to Ajay Veer Singh, who might have been beaten. But
It's, if it was
very close, very close. I wouldn't say that he was physical with him, or he directly pointed at Ajay Veer. I was like, you've got the liberty to celebrate, haven't you?
You have, but I think, I don't know, if I'm going by the book, if you see the ICC laws and regulations, I feel
Come
that,
on, Venu. You yourself are a bowler. You have to let Rajan get away with that.
I'm not saying he should not have done it. I'm just saying what's in the rules. That's a quick single. Interesting to see if there's a direct hit. No. But good initiative shown by Canada. Looking for that tight single to rotate strike.
Good running by Shubham Sharma, who straight away called. There was a yes and no from Samra, but he completes. A lanky left-hander. One more left-hander with the spinner. You named the spinner as a lanky left-hander. I'll go with the same. Calling a lefty, but what stands out for me is from his batting is elegance. I'm not going to talk too much till he comes out and he exhibits what he is capable of.
Sompal Kami now coming round the wicket to the left-hander.
A name that resonates often of Yuvraj Samra, is because he was a part of nation tour against Hong Kong and Malaysia. He was a part of that ODI one-day game. And when Canada toured Malaysia and playing against Hong Kong, he scored 128. The very first game, he was dismissed cheaply. And knowing he was where his error was, he's rectified that. And the next game, he smashed 100. That says a lot about the character of a young lad. That's
a lovely looking drive. Well fielded in the covers. Nepal fielders are supporting the bowlers well out here.
The fielders are making sure they keep their palms warm.
As we know, at this time of the year in Canada, it can get pretty cold pretty fast.
But I wasn't expecting this cold, especially this morning. It was hot.
Yeah, sudden drop in temperatures post lunch.
Gets you more drowsy. Absolutely great conditions to take a nap, menu for you.
Well, the commentary box is so cozy at the moment. I can assure you of that. We are feeling the cold out here.
It's the part of a job that you're supposed to be at times in sun and rain and also in cold, but love doing this.
Yeah.
Just love
Oh, yeah.
doing it for the passion of the game.
Absolutely. I think you've seen all 4 seasons today. Just the rain part is missing. I hope it keeps out.
And the spectators know who to blame if it's raining. It's not me, clearly. It's not Abdul Mukhid. It's Venu. You know your man. Send in your bills.
Yeah, we are all hoping for a great contest out here. At this moment, it certainly looks like one. Canada 32 for 2. Still require 112 runs to win, which may not look a lot, but given the conditions,
Nicely. That's come nicely off the bat. It was very
brilliant
close.
fielding.
He's been sent off by Shubham Sharma from the non-strikers in. And with that, the over ends for Sompal Kami, I'm assuming. Just with that
That was
fade off.
close.
Yeah, that's Sompal Kami. That's finished his over.
Would have been out.
Indeed. Awareness from the keeper. Could have stood on the stumps as soon as the ball was sent off the bat. 9 overs done, 32 for 2. Yuvraj Samra batting still yet to open his account of 6 deliveries, and Shubham Sharma hanging in the middle tight.
And
7 of
Nepal
16.
going unchanged as well with the bowling. Oh, that's beautifully bowled. He's creating some issues out here with this angle. Rajan Dakal once again coming round the stumps. Nicely bowled.
Might have been a tricky time for Samra and Sharma to hang on. Opens that front leg. He's still looking out for that range hitting in the leg side. When you see that front leg being open from Shubham Sharma, will be a ball and a scored. That's a good bounce from the wicket keeper to the wicket keeper. Beg your pardon. Just absorbing on what Rajan Dhakal's bowling. 1 wicket for Sompal Kami and 1 picked up by Rajan Dhakal by his fantastic celebration.
I think I was about to say that Shubham has to be a little careful out here, given how Ajay Veer Singh got out in the previous over. It was a similar delivery that just took off from a good length. And it's that one spot which Rajan Dhakal is trying to target now, where the ball is just taking off from a good length spot. This time it comes in.
it becomes at times difficult for a batter to get your reach towards that off direction, especially if you're standing on the first stump, opening that front leg. You're more trying to expose your stump, looking for that slot ball in your region, in your range, and that's when you'll be able to hit. But look at Rajan, how smartly he's bowling away from the batter. He's kept that and bought this one sharply. Look how Shubham's taking his stance. It's more a little away from the stumps. He's not covering it completely, but more towards the leg side he wants to access. It's very evident what he wants to do, and see what Rajan does. Goes down. That's poor. That's very, very poor from Rajan Dhakal. We were expecting that he might bowl on the offside, but it has come off his leg side, trying to clip it away. And look at him. He's ready at the leg side to take that ball on, and he hasn't been in any confusion.
Five runs given off that ball, a wide and a boundary. Region once again. Nicely played on the offside and just stopped inside the ropes. The fielder saved two there. Good fielding in the deep at third man. As we approach the last ball of the 10th over. Canadian high performance team, 39 for 2. Lovely shot in the offside. And that's the end of the over. Canada high performance team going at 4 and over, 40 for 2 after 10.
End of the power play. That finishes off the power play with 2 wickets for the high performance team. With 2 wickets, one Ali Nadeem, the opener, and then it was Ajay. So Kami to continue. Will be his 6th over. And they're using Kami's skill to scalp another one. I'd say that they're not going to take overs home. So good captaincy from the captain to keep the attack on. Nicely back of the length. There'll be a chase for the fielder. He's timed it well. Will he be able to cut off in time? Good effort to chase the ball. Solid timing from the batting. Shubham Sharma looking in good touch, giving us glimpses. They'll have to force Sharma to hit them over covers. They'll have to force him to play that false play, making sure that he is not able to access the leg side. That'll be one way they can bind him.
Played.
Do you think it'll be a lapse of concentration from the non-striker as well, just keeping Samra away for a longer period of duration from the strike, and they keep on Shubham Sharma, just get him a little frustrated so that he doesn't score runs? And what do you think about that?
I think we saw a glimpse of that in the first innings as well. And when both the Canadian openers were playing, Arjun and Anil. And Anil was kept off strike for a long, long time, which kind of reflected in the shot that he got out with. No ball signal once again. This is not good from Nepal. I think they can't afford to give away these freebies.
This is the second no ball being bowled by Sompal Kami, and he cannot afford any no balls or any extras, especially with 2.58 an over. They require only 3 runs an over, close to 3 runs an over, and they've still got enough batting depth to come. And good opportunity for Yuvraj Samra to swing his bat around.
Yep. As a batter, I would be licking my lips and fingers. Be happy to get a free hit like this early on in my innings to get me going.
And what a way to open your account as well. He hasn't got started yet. He's faced 6 balls. And shall we see one? Short ball of Samra and a great comeback to cover that no ball. Efficiently bowled by Sompal Kami. Very still head position. Sees that shot. Wanted to take that uppercut. Was quick. "18-year-old little fella, but has got his heart of steel." Played couple of games for Vancouver Knights. Was sent down the order. Who usually comes likes batting on top of the order. On a game he was not out. I was very surprised and stunned to see Samra not get enough opportunities in Vancouver Knights, especially because he was not out, and most of the batters were failing. They're not getting as many runs as was expected on a tricky surface, but he could have been one of the options, especially where he scored some runs for the team. Do not have enough balls. That's away.
Nicely played in the gap. There was a fielder at gully waiting for that shot, but he played it away from him on purpose.
"11 completed, 45 for 2. Shubham Sharma and Samra, who's opened this account. 99 required in 234 balls. Might see the first change for Nepal. Arif Sheikh, who might bowl spin. Ominous signs for Nepal here, who are trying to recover. We'll see if the wickets may reinvigorate them.
Yes, interesting change here. Spin being brought on early. In fact, it's more of medium pace. I beg your pardon.
Aha, you've been hoodwinked. Hope it also does on the batter as well. 99 runs required, and keeper standing up close may frustrate Samra to get off the crease and play his shots. Let's always keep a standing on top on your head. Put some pressure, especially when you're not as quick as expected. A medium pacer restricts you to come out. And a great capture by the camera team. Has got the full view. Can go back like how the climax builds, just with every ball he bowls, just with that wider angle as he runs in.
That's a lovely place to play
Getting
cricket.
narrower.
We are at the King City Maple Leaf Cricket Ground. Beautiful place to play cricket. As you can see, with the lush green outfield and the open spaces.
Yeah, there's on point, just like the only thing missing is drum rolls. Look at him run in, and then it narrows down as when he runs in. A build of climax from the camera team, making sure you enjoy what the ground looks like. Look at this, and some drum rolls here.
Oh, that's close. Probably missing leg as signaled by umpire Meet. Yes, you could see off and middle.
That's
Definitely
missing leg.
the leg stump.
For sure, his leg going. If he's standing away from the leg stump, there's more possibility that he may be missing the leg stump. That's why he's taken that guard.
That is a nice ball. Coming in. I think he's looking for that gap between bat and pad with that wide stance of his.
To get that, he'll have to delude the batter, thinking that he's going to take the ball away, and he'll have to set him up, which will take some time. Bowl the ball near the off stump and then take one to zip back in. Just like that one. Excellent running by Samra and Shubham.
Nepal has done quite well in the last 2 or 3 overs. I believe they haven't really given away too many runs. It's just that they need to keep a check on the extras that they gave out in form of no balls and wides. But apart from that, I don't think Canada has really got onto a flyer out here. It's still a decent start here. And the game is still in the balance. A couple of quick wickets here could actually turn the tide.
Put that in the gap. And good thing is that after those 2 wickets, they haven't really gotten away with the boundary. End of the over. And we see the score being on 48. Little bowling summary. Sompal Kami, 1 wicket. And Rijan Dhakal, who's been slightly more spendthrift than his fellow partner. An economy of 5 and over, with Sompal Kami 3.33 and over, who's picked a wicket. Current run rate, they're going on 4, required 2.53 and over. The game hasn't slipped from Nepal's hands. Because the capacity the team has to build onto a heavy high target run, but they haven't really explored it today.
Agreed, especially after the start that they got in the first innings. Everybody was looking at a score of at least 250 to 270. But a good fight back by Canada in the middle overs. As we see a bowling change, Gulshan Kumar Jha taking over from the pavilion end. Here comes Gulshan. Starts off with a wide.
Arjun Saud has been kept busy today behind the stumps. A no ball, a wide going down for 4 runs, and whatnot. Especially having a low scoring game, you're not having much of runs to defend. You'll be more finicky about where you're bowling. A run shot of 50 for high performance.
Some nice looking drive, but could not pierce the gap. Yuvraj still trying to find his feet out here. It's 3 of 13. Shubham Sharma 14 of 29. Canada trying to get a move on after losing those 2 wickets.
One thing with Nepal is that after losing the openers, they never really recovered from that blow. Having the batters walk in, they tried to express themselves, but it was unnecessary against a good ball. And the high performance teams should have learned from the batting collapse. That's a good delivery, beating him off the bat. Should have learned a lesson from Nepal's batting, and they should have come with a mindset from the coach's message that we are not going to collapse. Look at that one more time, beating outside off for Samra's bat. Gulshan Kumar Jha. Nicely driven.
Oh, that's a beautiful shot. Deserved 4.
And routed. There's a fielder in place at times. Good shots do not give you boundaries. You'll have to wait and stand there. You may expect that you've played that good shot, but this builds on the confidence. Samra will have to take a lesson that is taking the ball well enough.
Once again, great fielding out here by Nepal. I think that's the kind of effort they need to defend this total.
Look at the bonding the Nepal cricketers are having in between them. They're gelling well. They're cheering for every run saved. They'll have to make the batters work hard. Nicely driven on the up. He's found the gap. Save your legs for a shot like that. Brilliant from Yuvraj Samra, who gets on the roll this time. Tries twice to find the gap, but this time with power, not with elegance.
And this time he goes over the top as well.
Oh, what a shot from young Samra.
Thank you.
A ball remaining. They've got 5 runs. Already with the ball pending. 7. Takes off and a good run for the high performance team. 5 runs that have come off the over.
That's right. 53 for Mohammad Arif Sheikh continuing from the northern end. Nicely played by Shubham.
Arif Sheikh back. So far, the favorites have been the high performance team. Has to be a single, and the strike has to be given to Samra, who's shown real intent. Shubham Sharma has looked calm, but calmness won't help the high performance team winning the game. They'll have to make sure to rotate the strike, and strike rotation will also build confidence between the batters and gel them. Straight to
Nicely
Arif
bowled.
Sheikh.
Good fielding as well. Yes, you're right, Abdul. I think Shubham is kind of looking a bit stuck right now at 14 of 33 or 32. I beg your pardon. And I just feel he has to get a move on, look to rotate some strike, also get the odd boundary. Because we all saw what happened in the morning session when Arjun got stuck and eventually threw his wicket away, and that's what kind of caused the slide. A quick single. Good calling here by Yuvraj. And it's imperative that in a low scoring game like this, you need to kind of keep the scoreboard moving. Otherwise, the scoreboard pressure gets to you at some stage. And we saw that the easiest way to pick wickets was to stop the flow of runs, as we saw in the morning.
The channel for the fast bowlers, if we compare over by over, we definitely cannot go back to 40 overs what they've bowled, but taking sessions, bits and pieces of 10 overs in the initial stage of Canada high performance teams bowling. Nicely bowled, nicely hit, but that'll say very straight, too straight for Samra to collect any runs.
Yep.
The
You
bowling
can't-
has been between the stumps for the high performance team, and that's how Sompa Alkami was trying to bowl. But then a bit later, different areas, and they'll have to contrive, they'll have to create a shot out of ingenuity. They cannot play ball by ball, game by game. There'll have to be something they'll have to inflict.
Nicely bowled once again. As we saw again, he was targeting the stumps, bowling straight, giving nothing away. And this is the exact kind of bowling which is needed to restrict coverage in a couple of minutes' time. Welcome back as we see Yuvraj taking on the initiative in this over, scoring a well-needed boundary right after the break of Gulshan Kumar Jha. Shubham Sharma also trying to get a move on, batting on 16 of 34. As we see an attempted bouncer called one for the over. The Canadian high performance team 60 for the loss of 2 wickets. This is the 15th over in operation. Down the leg side and called a wide. Still waiting to see when the spinners will be brought on. They had a huge impact in the first innings of the game, in the middle overs. Especially left arm spin. And that's down the leg side and just cleared deep fine leg by a few inches for a 6. A tad lucky there. The batter could have been straight into his hands. As we see, the ball deserved to be hit, but just over the fielder at fine leg. So Canada getting a move on after the break. 4 of the previous over and a 6 now. 67 for 2. Nicely played. End of the over. Canadian high performance team 67 for 2 in 15 overs with Shubham Sharma 22 of 37 deliveries and Yuvraj giving him company. As we see the 6 replay once again. We all know it's a game of inches, and that's what it was on that occasion as well. And we see spin being introduced for the first time in this inning. For a while, it's all about strike rotation and cashing in on the bad deliveries as we see the batter exchanging gloves. Anil Kumar Shah, the tall opening batter who looked really good in the morning session, would be bowling to Yuvraj, who's on 12 of 22 deliveries. And we all saw the ball turning big in the first innings. Would be interesting to see how it plays out in this innings. Cut away nicely by Yuvraj in the gap. And that's a boundary. This is good batting out here by Canada. They've shown some intent after the drinks break and have found the boundary most of the time when they attempted it. It was a loose delivery, short and wide, and had to be dispatched. Slip taken out. Once again, short and wide outside the off stump. This time hit in the gap just for a single. Too long off. Shubham Sharma taking strike. Changes in the field. It's always difficult with a left and a right hand combination. Shubham has been relatively quiet whenever it's been outside the off stump. He just looks to dab it on the offside just like that. Oh, attempting a run and could have been close. Canada need to be careful out here and not give away a wicket in this manner. Right now, both the batters are looking set and would be a crime to kind of give away a wicket in the form of a run out like that. Nicely tossed up, played back to the bowler. End of the 16th over, 72 for 2.
Thank you, Venu. A much needed break for everyone, and especially the high performance team who's changed the palette, who are going for boundaries, especially thanks to Yuvraj Samra, who's put some entertainment on this game, making sure that he hits boundary every time he's taking the strike on. Played with much more sense and maturity than expected of his age. Batting on 17 of 25, Shubham Sharma 22 of 40. And for sure, there's no harm Shubham being playing slow here. Is taking the innings, building it. That's come off the edge and very short. Superbly close, very, very close. And he survives. Was one ripper that the bowler bowled, Gulshan Kumar Jha. Samra was startled with that bounce. He for sure did not know what to do it, and the best he could have done is to survive, and somehow the god of luck on his side today.
Once again,
some sweet chin music for Shubham Sharma. There's one from Zahid Shirzad. Now I see that from Gulshan Kumar Jha, who's got that fire in their belly as a fast bowler, who's making sure the batsman rises to the standard to play him. Back at the length. Pushes that in the gap. It's going to be a good game between Samra, who's sometimes found it difficult to go against bouncers.
Oops. A bit of sloppiness in the field. The ball ricocheted off the stumps. And they took an extra overthrow as well. So Nepal just need to tighten this up a bit. Well, yeah, sweet chin music it was for the first two balls. I heard that term after a long time. We don't see that very evident in today's slam bang cricket.
Taken off again. Pushes in the gap. It's just because how the game has evolved and the evolution of the game. Bowlers coming more towards the wicket. You'd see that making Yorkers good length. They're stock balls, not many bowl bouncers, especially you'd see that bouncers being used only in test cricket. ODIs have also dried with bouncers, not many. sometimes bowlers forget the variety they've got in their artillery. They have the different areas to explore.
Nicely timed in the gap as well. That's a
That'll run
beautiful
away.
shot.
What a shot that is. Sublime, subtle, and classical from the left-hander. Yuvraj Samra was looking amazing. Look at that. A classy shot from Samra. Just times it well. And he even did not know that that'll pass away from the fielder. 4 runs. I'm sure his dad will be watching him. Every time he plays, his parents are there to support. His father's put in a lot of effort grooming Samra. He himself played cricket, but he sees Samra flourishes. And he says that he takes a lot of pride seeing him play.
Yeah, that was beautifully timed. And more importantly, in the gap as well. That's a lovely straight drive once again. And just goes through. A half stop at mid-off, looking for the second run, which would be completed as well.
He will not be troubled with full deliveries and good length. Look at that. That whiff coming off. "51 runs in of 2 wickets.
Would be interesting to see. Yes, that is Anil Kumar Shah continuing from the northern end.
Looks like a dead end. They are heading towards Nepal team. They'll soon, especially run rate going under 1, they'll have to seek out for wickets here. That's going to be their only guiding light in this match. If not, they are for sure heading towards doom. The roles have reversed. It looks like Yuvraj Samra has spent more time than Shubham Sharma on crease.
And interestingly, Abdul, I think if you compare this with the morning session, we have seen a complete reversal as well. If you remember, in the morning session, there was hardly any trouble for the batters in the first 15 overs, and they didn't lose a wicket. And right after the break, they lost a flurry of wickets. Whereas here, they lost a couple of wickets in the first few overs, and after that, especially after the drinks break, they've kind of found some rhythm in batting.
Can happen for numerous reasons. Teams can get comfortable. Before that drinks break, that wicket of Ajay Veer Singh and Ali Nadeem, they were in the rush, in adrenaline, knowing the need of the hour, that they'll have to pick wickets to win. Somewhere, when the teams get comfortable, that's when they start losing the track. That's when they digress from the objective. I think that is what has happened with Nepal team too. They've got early 2 wickets, better than the start of the high performance team when they were bowling, because it took them around 17 to 18 overs to get the first breakthrough. But Nepal was successful in the starting first 10 overs, getting hold of Ali Nadeem. But then what they've failed to do is that to capitalize.
End of the over. 18 overs gone, 85 for 2. Shubham Sharma on 27, and Yuvraj Samra has caught up pretty fast at 25 of 31 now.
The idea would be that the team tries to focus and play this game more like a T20 if the ball is in their slot. Might be the clear message from coach Khurram Chauhan too, especially making sure the strike rate of their batters remains high, knowing that the team's under development, they'll have to pave their way long ahead if they're looking at because it's going to be a gigantic climb for them.
Would be interesting to see left arm spin being introduced now. We saw that left arm spinners had a huge impact in the game in the morning session. But that was from the other end, Abdul, if you remember. Both Sukhjinder and
And Shahid Zai, for sure.
Chazai, they were both bowling from the northern end. That's where they got maximum purchase out of the wicket.
From this side as well, the turn was there for Sukhjinder, and later on he realized that this was the end at times. They tried an experiment looping, and that's when they identified there's some turn. But do you think they've invited spinner a little late because you've been talking about the sides they could have used him from here?
That's correct. I just felt that, a couple of overs before or even during the, drinks break, they would have directly got spin. That would have been a smarter move just to change the pace of the game a bit. Oh, and as we speak, he bowls an arm ball and beautifully deceives the batter. And Shubham Sharma played all over it, left a gap between bat and pad, and the ball sneaked through.
My jaw is absolutely dropped. Look at that. Big gap. And the way he penetrates, it's like a rocket coming into you. And how come? Look at that forward strike. That's a dream delivery for an off spinner. And you even were jubilant on that ball hitting onto the wickets. Look at that. It gets just better from a closer angle. Comes in and they're all happy here. Shubham Sharma.
Played for the turn.
It did turn. But the bowler's having a better of him.
Is that the break which Canada needed? Beg your pardon, which Nepal needed? Does this open the doors for Nepal to come back into this game, which was kind of slipping away from them with this partnership? As we see Kanwar Tadgur.
Will be acrimonious of saying that it does not ajar the opportunity for Nepal to come back, because every wicket is a climb back. So this is a good opportunity for Nepal to come back in the game. They're still trying their level best to creep back in the game. So this is good. Good fighting spirits from Nepal cricket team and the captain of Nepal to ensure that they're still going hard at the Canadian high performance team. On your screen is Kanwarpal Tadgur.
The Canadian wicketkeeper got a couple of really good catches, especially against the left arm spinners in the morning session. Would be interesting to see his approach.
Was played for under 19 in India. Kanwarpal Tadgur misses on, and Kanwar straight away opens his account. From one end, they're trying to put the pressure, but the fielding has been a little disappointing for Nepal. A left-hander to a left-hander, or right-hander. Lalit Narayan, correct me if I'm wrong, just got a little carried away. He's got a wicket. Nicely played. That's going to be a sixer. As flat as it gets for Yuvraj Samra. He has blasted that one out of his bat.
That sounded really sweet. The moment it hit the bat, he knew it was six. Picked the bones out of that. Over wide-ish long on. Picked the right ball as well to play that shot. Right in the slot. As we see another angle. Beautifully timed. This guy looks a huge prospect for Canada.
This young lad, the way he keeps his head still while striking the ball is just amazing.
Once again, a beautiful looking straight drive. think we are sitting pretty far away, Abdul, from the action, but still you could get that sweet sound of the ball hitting the bat when Yuvraj Samra is batting. And that's a big feature of, knowing when a batter is in good nick and, how well he is timing the ball as well.
And what would fascinate you is that his strike rate for Yuvraj Samra. However, Anil Kumar Shah will continue to bowl. Look at him batting at 32 of 33. At once he came later to Shubham. He started accelerating, and the feature about his batting is that to add on would be knowing when to change the gears.
That's correct. He is slowly settled into a great batting rhythm now, and he's seeing the ball now really well. It's important that he maximizes this and goes on to score a big one here to get Canada home. As we see Kanwarpal Tadgur taking strike to Anil Kumar Shah from the other end. A lot of chirping going on in the Nepal camp. Nicely bowled, nicely played. Tossing the ball up this time.
That was the angle how Lalit Narayan got hold of Shubham Sharma. That's where the angle, he felt that it might go away, but it came back.
That was nicely bowled once again. He's getting some turn now. Anil Kumar Shah.
Inside edge saves him.
I think the batters need to use their feet more on this track. As you can see that there's turn and bounce on offer. So unless you reach the pitch of the ball, it's kind of little difficult to play the ball perfectly. As you saw on 2 occasions in this over that the ball was hitting the shoulder of the bat more than the middle of the bat because of the excessive bounce and the turn as well.
A ball before we finish the over. This will be the 20th over bowled by Anil Kumar Shah. And Kanwar will have to wait to get off the strike. He's batting on 1 of 6 balls. Yuvraj Samra on 33 of 34. 20 overs completed. That's how the score looks like for the high performance team. He was on a tour for the Malaysia-Hong Kong series, where he played 1 day. And always a factor not to neglect about the strike rate, at what rate the batters strike the ball. That shows their ability. More about the ability is about carrying the game forward, accelerating and knowing what to hit, when to hit. Especially if you're playing in middle orders, you don't have the liberty to enjoy the power play.
That's correct. Middle order batting is all about getting into a nice rhythm, finding the gaps, hitting the bad balls away. And Yuvraj Samra is doing it beautifully at the moment by rotating strike and making sure that the scoreboard is ticking all the time. This is really good to watch.
It's Kanwar Tadgur against Lalit Narayan.
Bold, wicket to wicket, giving nothing away. Lalit Narayan.
Look at the dryness of the surface, the dust the surface produces when the batter is trying to move his feet. It says that how well the ball can grip to benefit the spinner.
Looks to me like a day 5 test pitch in India. The way the dust is picking off the wicket and the grip and turn on offer as well. That's beautifully bowled and nicely played as well. That's the exact line that Lalit Narayan would want to be operating on, drawing the batsman forward, trying to challenge both edges.
Love seeing that forward defense from Kanwar Tadgor.
Once again, nicely bowled and nicely played in the gap as well. This is good batting out here by both the Canadian batters in the middle. Good communication as well, looking for that quick single. As we discussed this morning as well, it's the singles and these rotation of strike that kind of puts off the bowler and the fielding team as well, and especially when it's a left and right hand combination.
This will hurt Nepal. This combination, right and left combination, will hurt Nepal or any team, especially in middle overs. It tires the fielders off knowing that it's a left-hander. That's the scorecard, the highest scorer so far. Cuts away. Takes off a good drift of the surface. Anil Kumar Shah. 48 runs required. And the sailing has been smooth for Canada except for losing two early wickets. And that hasn't bothered much for the likes of Samra and Kanwar Tadgor, who's just walked in. That's close. That's very, very close. That's very, very close. And he's unhappy. Similar to the yesterday's dismissal against Oman. One more time, Kanwar Tadgor goes on a low scoring.
As you see, played across the line, but I'll say a tad unlucky there.
Very unlucky for me. Very unlucky. Look, have a look at that replay one more time. Looks that he's definitely missing the leg stump. Is suggesting, he's alluding the umpire somehow that he's standing away from the leg stump, but the first point of contact might have showed that he might have hit on in front of the leg stump. Look at that in the slow-mo, where Anil Kumar Shah comes to bowl. Is leaving the leg stump and standing there, gets onto his back leg, not the front leg, and Kanwar Tadgor.
Even then, Abdullah, I just feel that it was still missing leg. Even then, even after the shuffle, it was evident that the ball was excessively turning and bouncing as well, right? So hard to, it's a little hard on the batter, I just felt.
Unlucky dismissal for Kanwar Tadgor. Untapped potential walks out of the middle.
As we see Christian Kalicharan walk out.
Hails from Trinidad and Tobago. Quite spoken about, Christian Kalicharan. He's played List A games for Windies.
Nepal trying to make a match out of it. 96 for 4, Canadian high performance team. This could get interesting if they get one more wicket now in quick succession.
The wicket should be of Yuvraj Samra. Okay, so I'm not guiling. I'm not praying or wishing that he should be out, because the fanatics and the fans of Samra might come at me and saying that expecting the man to get out. But from the perspective of Nepal, it is him who's the danger.
Especially making the play at the moment.
Especially one sitting amongst us.
In the air, and that's taken once again. This is great bowling here by Nepal. Exceptional cricket here, applying pressure in the middle overs through spin. We spoke about this a while back, that spin could play a huge part in this game. And Christian Kalic.
Wanted to push it on towards the offside, but the turn took it to the leg side where the short mid-wicket fielder was. And it's not just him who's appalled, but we as well. Might have expected some good cricket from Christian Kalicharan, but departs early with a soft dismissal.
That sets the cat amongst the pigeons in this game, and looks like this is going to be a tighter contest than we expected. 96 for 5, Canadian high performance team. Nepal fighting back and really making them work hard for their runs. As we have Gursahib Singh, the right-handed batter, making his way to the middle. And we have another over from Lalit Narayan from the pavilion end coming up. A lot rests on the shoulders of Yuvraj Samra. Nepal are chirping and loud on the field now. Nicely bowled by Lalit and tucked around the corner for a single by Yuvraj Samra. And I think his wicket, as you said rightly, Abdul, in the previous over, is the key for Nepal to make amends. With the new batter in, right-hander facing the left-arm spinner. We see a slip coming in. That's a good move. And we might see some more close-in fielders trying to put some pressure on the batters in the middle.
Let's take this example. You see a crown. Crown is really prized, but Samra is that jewel on the crown that is highly shining. That's his situation right now. Oh, that's a ripper.
Beautiful delivery.
He was bamboozled by it.
Unplayable. For a batter facing his first ball, hard to put bat on ball to that one. Tucked around the corner on the leg side for a single. As we see the Canadian high performance team approaching their 100. Yuvraj Samra taking strike to Lalit Narayan. I wonder what must be going through his mind now. He's been constantly losing partners on the other end in the last few minutes. As he goes for the sweep and perfectly finds the gap at the square leg boundary. Beautifully played.
Losing partners hasn't been a concern for Samra, who's looked confident. Look at that bat come down and a stylish stroke again from Samra to pick the gap at the deep fine leg. Will only get better on the replays. He knows he's got the run. He's got the run. 6 runs already completed in this over. So he hasn't got to take risk.
That's a great approach. He knows what he's doing. Once again,
Sensible.
playing out the over by Lalit Narayan and shielding his partner as well. I believe he'll be more effective against the right-hander with that angle.
And I love the fact when you told amend, not change, it's just not change but also to improve, is that if they could have got spinner a bit early, if they could have got the introduction to the innings, they might have felt, but again, a question of new ball. Would the spinner be getting enough turn of the new ball? He'll have to try. the same gamble how Mahendra Singh Dhoni used to take on Ashwin. You have to be confident on your players because that's one different bowler, especially might be biased because Ashwin is one of the off spinners that stands out alongside Nathan Lyon, especially with a great control, but it's not easy. Always there's a drop in the captain's head when they go out with the finger spinner on the new ball.
And the best part is Ashwin also confesses that he loves bowling with the newer ball, which is what you want from your bowler. Oh, that looks close again, and definitely looked closer than the previous one, Abdul.
What has just happened here? I'm as surprised as you are. Why wasn't... Look at that pitch. Oh, it's below the knee roll, Venu.
Probably did he feel it's outside the line of off stump?
Umpire suggesting that the impact... Okay.
It's kind of touch and go.
Gursahib Singh. 42
Still one
required.
slip in operation.
It's getting interesting by the closure of the game.
It's pretty overcast and dark even at the moment.
It is just 4.
Short delivery, poor ball, could not put it away, but still gets a single.
All working in kindness. Gursahib Singh with Anil Kumar Shah says that indeed it was a poor ball, but let me treat you with love and kindness. Gets only 1 out of it.
Canadian high performance team on 103 at the moment. As we see another one tossed up and driven down the ground by Yuvraj.
Playing good with just 5 wickets going down. That has been only the blemish on the part. Batting strong on 40 of 41. Has been marvelous so far with the stroke making. The only ugly shot of his bat was he being bamboozled by the delivery bowled by Gulshan Kumar Jha. That is the only time he had no answer, but he's been scoring offside, leg side, sweeping.
As we see another delivery bowled by Lalit Narayan. Just took off from a good length. There's a lot of turn on offer and a lot of bounce as well. So as you see, Samra coming down and tapping on that area of the pitch from where it took off. Lalit once again. Oh, that's beautifully bowled, and probably the same issue here as once again struck outside the line of off stump.
I felt there were 2 sounds here. I felt a little that we might have heard 2 sounds here very close to the bat, and would have been a detrimental blow to the Canada high performance side if this wicket was taken out.
Once again, a puff of dust as he played that shot. Shows that these are dry conditions at the moment and ideal for spin bowling. This would be interesting. Gursahib Singh facing Lalit Narayan. And we see a bit of attacking field out here. They have a short extra cover slightly closer to the bat. Been pushed back now. That's exactly where the ball went, just past him.
Yuvraj is making sure that he's taking the strike on Gursahib Singh till he finds his rhythm. This is a young team, a lot of young players in this high performance squad. especially looking at the future. If you're forecasting what the future might look for Canada.
This one keeping low. But nicely played in the end by Yuvraj. He was watching the ball closely.
He's dealing well, knowing how the ball's reacting of certain areas and how it's coming on to his bat. Soft hands is the key here. He hasn't tried to hit the ball too hard. Even if you see it, it looks like he's coaxing away. Just a little flutter and fondle of his bat, but we'll keep it in our continuity once we are back 25 overs done. Losing 5 wickets, Canada high performance side. Scores 106. Samra 9 short of his half century. Complete his 50 runs. And to win 38 required. Hopefully Samra would be looking to contribute. Canadian high performance side. Off the back foot, looking steady to take the second, but will only be able to do one.
Nepal needs to cut down these singles in order to put some pressure. We saw that in the morning how Canada worked on that strategy of cutting down the runs and easy singles, and that contributed to a lot of wickets falling. It's not easy to score on this track, especially with the ball getting old and the spinners coming into play.
And a notable point to argue is that the bowlers who are bowling from the high performance side, the captain gave them that feel. The captain's given them that feel only on one side. You and me had the discussion saying that when Padam Joshi had to come to bowl, the leg side was all full with offside being all vacant.
That's in the air and just past short mid-wicket as well. That was close.
That should have been bagged. That should have been bagged.
As we see the replay. Yes, I agree. Slightly poor in the field there, Nepal. That man has been kept there precisely for that shot.
If he takes that start, what he's doing right now, he would have got that in his pouch. Carrying has been a problem for Nepal today. With the batting to aggravate. The fielding hasn't been playing along well. A ball remains for Gursahib Singh to come to the keeper's side to face one. His partnership, 14 runs of 23 balls.
Still required 34 runs. As we see a cut, went straight to the fielder, and that's the end of the over. 26 overs gone. The Canadian high performance team 110 for the loss of 5 wickets. Need 34 more runs to win, which on any other day would have been an easy task, but not on this wicket. Back in the game, and the same is the case now with Nepal and their spinners trying to make amends. Yuvraj Samra, the key wicket, the left-hander who's looked really elegant and untroubled. He's going to be taking strike to Lalit Narayan, and his wicket is the key out here. As we see Lalit Narayan bowl to him.
Gets forward in a proper defense. Tidy batting. I'll say that watching Yuvraj Samra. He's got clean work. Inside edge gets lucky in the gap. Will be happy with one.
And if you see his technique as well, it's pretty uncomplicated. He looks very compact. Doesn't have any flashy moves or any, huge backlift or any other trigger moment. He just waits for the ball and plays it on merit. And that's what is needed to survive and to kind of play at this level. Sometimes I just feel in today's modern day slam bang cricket, batters try to move around a bit. They have flashy backlifts coming into play. I think Yuvraj looks the part out here when it comes to technique.
That's a very complex term, technique, especially talking about a young 18-year-old who's got in a gist, who summarized with his defense, with his shots. Rightly said, Venu, because not easy.
Oh, that was close as well. Turn bounce.
It requires a lot of practice, knowing the trigger movements. You're telling that they move a lot, they keep their base unsteady, bat coming from all the way top. It works out. It's not wrong, but the technique, the right technique, there's no right technique for the cricket, because game itself is vast, and every day it evolves, it moves around, it changes quickly.
Well, you said it. No better way to summarize, it's kind of what works for whoever, right? I mean, as I think it was a famous commentator who once said that technique is what allows you to score runs. As simple as that. To each his own.
I'd say that Jack Fraser McGurk from Australia. Now everyone started him comparing to David Warner. We'll keep that discussion after this over. I think we were on the brink to finish. Wrong time to bring it up, but end of the over. Talking about Jack Fraser McGurk, who's got that heavy, high bat lift, where he brings it like a baseball slog, where he tries to hit that, and it's evident and very apparent when he hits the ball that he's using much of force on the swing. So the more you swing, the languish you have, the more languish you get, you weaken yourself. On the other hand, that's one of his technique, but it works for him because he has the impact on the game. If he's playing T20 cricket and he has to have an impact of the game, and if he's trying to get the maximum out of the ball, that's how his technique is. On the other hand, let's flip our pages and go back. Virender Sehwag, a lot of people criticize the critiques of the game, telling him that he did not have footwork, but he scored 300 runs in the test game, and then he scored a couple of double centuries as well. So technique worked. And then later on, Rohit Sharma was criticized as well for fitness, and still he is. But the amount of timing he generates out of his batting, I don't think so any player would be able to play the amount of cricket, especially at India, if you don't have fitness.
Absolutely.
And look at David Warner too. And Joe Root. When you look at Joe Root, the Fab Four, one of the ambitious candidate in the Fab Four category.
Oh, that's beautifully bowled, just as we were speaking. An arm ball with dead Yuvraj Samra went through his defense. That is the beauty of a delivery. Round the wicket, hits the top of off.
It would take a special delivery to dismiss him, and it is that special delivery from Anil Kumar Saad, the opener, gets the top of off, like Venu says, and look at it. There's no real-time bat and pad, but gets better of Yuvraj with beating him through the air. Look at him. He was expecting the ball to come slightly slower and beats quicker through the air. He was ready for that pace. He got accustomed to an Anil Kumar Saad. We've seen this fall of wicket often today. This is not rare. First time it was Ahmed. And then it was Sukhwinder Singh. Sukhjit Singh, I beg your pardon. Now Anil Kumar Saad.
That was a brute of a delivery. Honestly, we have seen Yuvraj playing the same defensive shot in the previous overs, where he was playing for the turn. This one went through straight with the arm and at rapid pace too. It needed a special delivery, like you said, to get him out, and this was what Anil produced.
Surely, with the right paths, he sticked a harsh dismissal, but the bowler worked really hard to get the wicket. And when I tell this, Anil, trust me, it wasn't the batter who got out, it was the bowler who took the wicket.
Absolutely.
It
Yep.
has the bowler's name written all over the wicket.
Beautifully bowled and nicely played down the ground as well. So Nepal showing some real fight in here. Remember, it's not over till the fat lady sings, and this game can throw up some really big surprises. Cricket, as they say, is a game of glorious uncertainties, and surely we are seeing a lot of things happening today, which is leaning towards that direction.
To extend that conversation, reminding you about 2023 Maxwell special against Afghanistan, when everyone thought that Afghanistan had better of Australia and they would have trounced them for 2015's defeat. But Maxwell had different plans. He came out of the book. His bat was nothing more than a magic wand, just being around everywhere.
Absolutely. I think that was probably one of the best innings you would have ever seen, given the context of the game, given what was happening there. And I just felt that
You would see innings once in a lifetime, especially on the wicket Maxwell has played. He had sore legs, wasn't able to walk. His team had to carry him, but indeed his team had to carry him because he's a hero.
absolutely.
Reminds me about the growth of cricket, especially when seeing Afghanistan has grown and most of the players from Afghanistan playing for the franchises across the globe. I see that happening to Nepal as well and Canada as well very soon, especially with Nepal. They've been the surge, their arc has been nothing less of growth. With the expectation 2027, it is when we expect Nepal to host the World Cup for women, and Nepal cricket investing a lot, especially in the players. It's just not the physicality of the players, but also the mentalness, making sure they get the right set of workouts, the mental awareness, the right approach towards the game. It takes a lot from it takes a lot. It's from one man. It is a panel. It is the complete panel who's put in effort for Nepal cricket, and it's not built in a day.
Absolutely. Rome wasn't built in a day. And I think, yeah, coming back to the topic that we were chatting about before you just got out, Abdul, I think another candidate which I feel, which comes into that category of footwork versus timing is probably Travis Head, if I may say so. And if you see that, he also doesn't have any exaggerated footwork, but he has a very steady head. Pun intended for Travis Head. His head is pretty steady while he bats, and the way he times the ball and meets the ball at the right angles, that's what matters. And I think to conclude our discussion, I just felt that yes, of course, footwork and technique sometimes might be overrated, but I think what's needed to kind of survive and thrive in that environment is a steady head to kind of meet the ball at the right place at the right time.
He brings one out. Glorious looking cover drive. Inside out shot. Gets 4 runs here. Gurnik.
I won't say he timed it perfectly, but he placed it well. He knew that the man was up, and he just went over mid-off, or kind of wide-ish mid-off, and a risk worth taking, given the ball which was slightly full.
25 runs required. 4 wickets. Can we see another blow from Nepal?
Actually, I wouldn't mind that if I was the bowler. I would want the batter to play that shot.
Fair enough. Just because he's falling to the trap, the cobweb you created.
Anil Kumar Shah conceding a single of the first delivery, and now he has the left-hander on strike. And if I was an off-spinner, I would be really happy with that outcome. As we all know, the great Ravichandran Ashwin, he just eats up left-handed batsmen for lunch, breakfast, and dinner most of the days. And
Not
beautifully
as
bowled.
dietitian. Can't say that, especially having you. For sure. That's pun intended, but Ravichandran Ashwin.
In the air and just over the infield. So they're creating some opportunities out here, Nepal. A bit of luck favoring the left-hander, I must say.
Can't agree more to the discussion about Ravichandran Ashwin against the left-handers. Interesting statistic about him was that he had 249 wickets for the right-handers as well as left-handers. So most balanced and poised off spinner of the game in the modern day cricket.
Well, as they say in a mathematical equation parallel, LHS is equal to RHS, and that's how it is for Ashwin.
And he'll have some bruises there. He's groaning.
Yeah, I think he hit it right onto his toe.
And Nepal will have nobody but their batting to blame because the middle order were displaying some lackadaisical strokes. And that's where today they might feel 20, 30 runs more, at least till 200. They might have pulled this game in their bag.
Yeah, I remember seeing the projected score at one stage where it was showing about 180, and looking at the game situation, they would have taken that anytime. It's not as easy as it looks to bat. There's a lot of turn on offer. Lalit Narayan resuming. 22 more runs required, but that 22 also looks like a tall ask given the conditions that we are operating on. I think another couple of quick wickets here would really put pressure on the Canadian team. As Lalit comes on to bowl. Once again, beautifully bowled and nicely played as well. As we see a few seagulls flying around in the background. Gursahib Singh batting on 10. In the air, once again just falling short of the fielder. Lalit Narayan. Nicely bowled once again. Both the spinners keeping a tight leash on the batters, not giving away any easy runs. Nepal doing well out here to make a match out of it. Played back to the bowler.
Will be a good game for Nepal to make a comeback and win from here. It'll be a daylight robbery. The game is still on. With 4 wickets, the Nepal team can still do it.
Yes, as they say, it's a matter of 4 good balls. And beautifully played in the gap by Gursahib Singh. That's a brilliant shot. shot right off the back foot. You knew what he was doing, played right in the gap, and gets a well-timed boundary for Canada.
He slapped that one rightly as the bowler. It's the matter of 4 runs, not 4 wickets now for the high performance team. Gursaib Singh with Gurneek Johal.
Beautifully bowled there by Lalit Narayan. What a magnificent delivery to end the over. He was lucky to survive that.
The keeper did eviscerate the stumps. Looks like we're going to have drinks with 18 runs remaining.
And the commentary team would also have a bit of a tea break. We'll join you back in 5 minutes.
Nicely played towards the fielder and a wicket. That's a wicket that they might be looking for. Gurneek Johal. He is landed into the fielder exactly. He just had to come forward, nothing much more. It looked like a nice timed shot, but to the fielder. He just gave a gift and good spirits to Nepal. Right in the slot, he might got a little too happy and carried away. And that finishes off with the fielder. A wicket going down for Canada High Performance team. Anil Kumar says that he is on the roll, and the decision he asking his captain for an over has proved right. 3 wickets away, Nepal to collect a victory. This will be a major upset for Canada High Performance side if Nepal picks more wickets and marches on to victory. In the block hole, and welcome Venu.
Well, the conditions are looking very gloomy out here, both in context of what we have with all the clouds and with the game as well. For Canada, it's not looking that good, I must say. There's a bit of tension in the coaching camp while I just walked past their dressing room.
What's the
And-
information? Should be from the horse's mouth.
Well, I think the coaches are pretty optimistic that they should be able to finish it off, and they actually love this challenge, to be honest. They want to see a tough fight being given, and the game is pretty much in the balance, even now with 18 runs required.
Whose coach is optimistic? Nepal's team or the high performance side?
That's a good question. But I think you can see that definitely Nepal is upbeat, and right now, it's their camp which is looking more happy and more charged up.
It'll be very trashy for the high performance side to lose from this juncture. At this stage, it'll be a severe blow, not even to the game, but also to the confidence of this team. And once it looked easy, but
I think now the key is Gursak's wicket.
we might have another five for Anil Kumar Shah, who's picked up 4 wickets. He's got another over that he can bowl.
That's right. We saw Shahid Ahmed Shahzai. Would be interesting to see if Nepal have any other aces up their cards.
Should have saved at least a couple for a scene or a situation like this. Would they be picking bones at the high performance side? Is it a good call to go against Lalit Narayan or just rotate it off?
I think they would love to play him off, to be honest. He's the bigger threat, I just feel, against the right-handers.
Lalit Narayan got some hugs, raises our hands towards the sky, causing some divine intervention. Against Oliver Cox, English county player. Who likes to keep the ball ashore.
Oh, that's
Necked off.
beautifully bowled.
Nicked off the surface, but not off the bat.
That was a beautiful delivery. Any batter coming up first up and facing that kind of a ball would be lucky to survive that. Once again, you could see the turn. It would be playing on the batter's mind. I wouldn't be surprised if Lalit Narayan looks to slip in the arm balls at some stage in this over.
Wicket of Oliver Cox will be of a great deal. Just like Samra's wicket got them in the game, Oliver Cox's wicket will be an inch closer to the victory, and it'll be just be a final nail to hammer in the coffin.
I just feel, Abdul, that they need to have a few more men around the bat just to create that pressure. Right now, I just feel that they are slightly more away from the bat, and there are few more open spaces to consider taking singles. Just to put some more doubt in the batter's mind, I just feel that maybe get in a short extra cover or maybe even a silly point, which we don't see that often nowadays.
Because the approach of the game has been more power oriented than ushering the ball, escorting it, guiding it, and that's the reason why that element has been missing. If you break the game into fragments, every part, especially the middle overs part, play vital role. That's when the innings build. And that's no run. Oliver Cox still remaining. 9. End of 33rd over, 127 for 7. And I'm sure there might have been a fight in the comment section with the fans of Nepal and the fanatics of Cricket Canada. Throw in your comments to see if it's your favorite team who's going to win or Nepal who's going to upset the very favorite Canadian high performance team.
Nicely bowled once again. Anil Kumar Shah looking for his 5th wicket. Once
Into the
again,
gloves.
nicely bowled.
He's got last 4 balls. The captain might have told him that give us your best 4. Let's dismantle the favorites in the game. Oh, lucky, very close to the pads here, just ticking off. Three balls remaining, and they're all energized here. The Nepal cricket team on the field, on toes. That's cut and a miss.
Still looking for that 5th wicket. Anil Kumar Shah. It would be a huge boost to him as well as the team if he gets one in this over.
Khurram Chauhan will not be happy. The head coach seeing the team lose from the stage, especially envisage. Just imagine Oliver Cox being bowled out or being caught behind. How
Well,
big
he plays
of,
it out nicely.
how big of a turn of an event would have been?
128 for 7 after 34 overs. And 16 runs for the Canadian high performance squad.
To quote it better, just like you said, matter of 4 good balls when they were lacking with 4 wickets, and now it becomes 3 good balls.
That's correct. As we see Lalit Narayan coming in once again to pick up his 2nd, although he has bowled much better than that, I must admit. 1 for 27 doesn't do justice to his figures. A lot of noise being made by the Nepal cricketers on the field. Oh, that's lovely bowling by Lalit Narayan. A lot of drift, turn and bounce on offer, and he's utilizing that to the max, enticing the batter to play across the line.
We'll have to wait. Well, definitely will have to wait.
Trying a good old trick there, Lalit Narayan, trying to change the position of the bails at the bowler's end. Something that Stuart Broad did recently against the Australians, which kind of worked in the Ashes last year.
Changing the bails? With Stuart Broad, it did work. And were there any allegations of Stuart Broad? Ashes is always fun. Remember the wicket, Alex Carey? Alex Carey got
Johnny
Barstow.
Bairstow, absolutely.
Test cricket's more fun, but we're accustomed to faster games and especially the development of T20 and T10 leagues might have taken that flair away from Test cricket, but it's an absolute carnival when the Test game happens between the two most fierce nations.
To be honest, Abdul, forget the Ashes. I'm looking forward to the Border Gavaskar series later this year. That's the most anticipated series. And imagine if India can repeat what they did in the last few occasions and make it 3-0 against Australia in Australia. That'll be a huge, huge accomplishment.
Well, sure, that has been buzz of the town because India's been unbeaten, but Australia's trounced them in the World Test Championship as well as the World Cup. So they've been their nemesis. So this will be a lip-licking battle to watch out for. But what keeps me excited is that the battle between Nepal, Scotland, and USA. USA has always got better of the Canadian team, and Scotland, who's been one prominent team in the qualifiers, have always come through the qualifying stages. Has never been disappointing. So up against Nepal, who are on the verge, on the climb, will be an interesting game of cricket to see the players. This is the level of cricket that brings in the flair, the stubbornness in the cricketer. When your nation's growing, you're 130 for 7 wickets.
As we see a bowling change, Kushal Burtel coming in from the northern end. Would be interesting to see if he can have an impact on this game now.
He's rolling his arm for the first time in the game.
That's correct. 14 runs required. Kushal doesn't have too many runs to play with.
Even if they go 1 and over, still the high performance side will win. It's the wickets that'll keep Nepal in contention.
Oh, that's beautifully bowled. Tossed up, drawing the batsman forward this time and missing the outside edge.
If they had an extra option alongside Lalit Narayan and one more spinner who's been bowling, I beg your pardon to miss his name out.
Anil Kumar Shah.
Anil Kumar Shah was picked up 4 wickets. That's clubbed away for 6 runs by Oliver Cox. What a sumptuous shot by Cox up straight.
Yes, that's a rank long hop. And easily deposited over long on for a 6.
Look at that. He moves back and just takes a club at it. But they could have used him alongside Anil Kumar Shah. Here you go. You can see that again. Moves back, rocking back. And yes, he is transferred that.
Yeah, unfortunately, Abdullah, as we spoke earlier, they don't have too many runs to play with. Imagine an extra 30 runs out here would have been so handy. 170 or a 180 would have been a fighting score given the conditions.
The intent of the team that made a real-time difference, especially from the middle order.
Tossed up and went for the expansive drive and missed it.
He definitely enticed the batter, drived him forward.
That this should be relatively easier now for High Performance Canada. As we see another change in bowling from the pavilion end.
Kushal. Might be Kushal Mala was coming on to bowl. It was Kushal Bhurtel. And yes, it is Kushal Mala from the other end. They're going with the Kushal duo to keep Canada hanging. Seven runs
more
required.
runs.
Rightly singed. Just what they need.
Is there another twist in the game? Would there be another wicket making things interesting? Or would High Performance Canada just breeze through with this partnership?
What's better and what's easier? To give the best three deliveries of your bowling or 7 runs? I think 3 balls are much closer that can give you wicket or a hat trick if we may see.
You made it sound really easy. And there we go.
Oliver Cox trying to finish
Deposits
things
one.
off in style. He slogs one up straight. Looking out for a new ball.
And with that, it is supposedly the end of the game. There's probably some miscommunication in terms of the actual score. It looks like the umpires have called it the game.
They have a run remaining. What's happening? The score is level. That's for the high performance team here.